San Mateo County Sanitation District to order. Today is Monday, April 27th. May I have a roll call, please?
Ms. Giovanni?
Present.
Dr. Dasma Bau?
Here.
Mr. Benaventura?
Present.
Ms. Manalo?
Present.
Mr. Sylvester?
Present. Thank you very much. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So move.
We have a first. Is there a second? We have a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the agenda has been approved. The next item is the approval of the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve consent agenda.
Up first. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, the consent agenda has been approved. So, okay, so it looks like that that also includes the action item, which is item number 2, and that was on the consent agenda. So, Mr. Piccolotti, you okay with that? It's already been approved?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just reaching out just to be sure.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Any public appearances, oral communications? Anyone?
Let me check real quick on the website.
Okay.
Yes, there is one comment and it says, bear with me. Okay. It is from Ernesto Fong, and he says, personally, my company has been forced a 20% pay cut on my salary due to coronavirus. If public services fees increase, it will create a hardship for me. Okay. This is actually about garbage rates, so I can save that for the next one. Wrong place. We're good to go.
Great, thank you so much, Stephen. Okay, moving ahead, I'm going to close public appearances and oral communications. Do we have any reports from the Board of Directors? Hearing none, are there any reports from staff?
No, just that it's really good to see and hear all of you. Hopefully next time it's under better circumstances, but thank you.
It's all good, Mr. Piccolotti, and thank you so much. Thank you for taking care of our workers. We really appreciate everything that's going on and what you're doing out there. And thank you for the mask.
No problem, sir.
All right. All right. Unless there's anything further, this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Stephen, we're about to get started with the council meeting. Has the Congresswoman logged on yet?
Yes, she's here with us.
Excellent. Oh, yeah, I see her. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call the meeting of the City Council Monday, April 27th, 2020 to order at this time. If we can all recite the pledge to the flag before we continue, that would be great. I pledge allegiance to the flag,
The flag
of the United States
of America.
and to the republic
To the republic which is
One nation.
one nation,
nation
Under God,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you so much. May I have a roll call, please? Madam City Clerk, is Madam City Clerk here?
Yes, she is here. Let me,
Okay,
okay.
Ms.
And-
Di Giovanni? Yes, pardon me. Ms. Di Giovanni?
Present.
Ms.
Present.
Manalo? Oh, thank you. Ms. Manalo?
Present.
Dr. Rod?
Present.
Mr. Buenaventura?
Present. Thank you.
Mr. Sylvester?
present. Thank you so much. Look like everyone is here. All right, tonight we have the honor of having two special guest speakers with us this evening. And we all know these two folks. And I would like to yield the floor to our honorable Congresswoman, Jackie Spear. Jackie, are you there?
I am here.
I see you. Okay,
Mayor.
you have the floor.
Thank
Okay,
you.
you have the floor. Okay.
Let me say, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, how delighted I am that we can get together by Zoom and to tell you that you're the first city that has actually requested a meeting like this. So congratulations for being innovators as well. Mr. Mayor, I thought that you would want me to address the Small Business Administration program that we have appropriated funds for at first, and then also speak to the stimulus checks known as the economic impact payments that the constituents that both you and I share would be interested in. The Small Business Administration now has the authority to distribute about $670 billion. It's really a remarkable sum of money. The first amount through the Paycheck Protection Program went very quickly, as did the second program called Economic Injury Disaster Loans. PPP is put through banks, and the EIDL, the Economic Injury Disaster Loans, are distributed directly through the SBA. So what makes the PPP so attractive is that there is a loan forgiveness component for the first 8 weeks that you have the loan as it relates to the costs of your payroll and your rent. 75% of the money will be forgiven for payroll and 25% for rent. So it's been very popular. Now, businesses under 500 employees have been eligible. It does allow for employers who have multiple sites to also participate if each site has less than 500 employees. And that is why you saw places like Ruth Chris and Shake Shack that were taking advantage of it. There has since been guidance by the US Treasury, by the Secretary of the Treasury, to request that those small employers that are actually not so small, but those employers that have taken advantage of the program that actually have capital independently, meaning that they're on the New York Stock Exchange, that they return those funds because they don't meet the criteria for not being able to access capital elsewhere. So you've seen the likes of Shake Shack and Ruth Chris, and now the LA Lakers and others actually return the money. So more than $170 million has been returned. There is still outstanding about $875 million from those businesses that we would call big businesses, but that actually qualify under the definition of small business. So we're hoping that that will expand the amount of money available. For small businesses that we share as constituents, if they did not get funding during the first round, I encourage them to apply today, tomorrow, as soon as you possibly can for those funds. We will possibly look at additional funding if necessary, but hopefully this will provide the added resources that so many small businesses needed. Nonprofits are also eligible for this, and many nonprofits in San Mateo County have taken advantage of this program and have received significant sums. So it is working for many. It's not working for everyone. And that is why I continue to be concerned. I have asked the SBA director for this region, Julie Klaus, to participate in a town hall on Wednesday with my constituents. So if any of your small businesses in Daly City are seeking loans or having any difficulty, I encourage them to join that call at 4 o'clock. It's a Zoom call. We're doing it through the auspices of San Mateo County, and you can call my local district office to get access to that information or look online on my website. That covers the small business component. As for the rebate checks, a lot of people say, where is my $1,200 that I was expecting? So let me tell you where we are on that. If you filed taxes in 2018 or 2019, and you had your tax refund sent to your bank, you should have already received your check. It would have been deposited directly to your account. If you did not have a refund check received and you were a tax filer in 2018 or 2019, then I encourage you to go to the IRS website and go to the section that reads Get My Payment. Put in your direct deposit information. So put in your account number and your routing number for your bank so that your payment can be expedited. If you are a Social Security recipient, you will start receiving your checks on April 29th. If you are an SSI beneficiary or a veteran with benefits who did not file in 2018 or 2019, you will begin receiving your payments in early May. If you are someone who did not file taxes in 2018 or 2019 and do not receive a Social Security benefit check, whether a retirement, disability, or survivor benefits, you need to go to the portal that's referenced as non-filer in order to receive your economic impact payment. Beyond that, let me just say for all those who are unemployed, you should be in the position of already having filed your application for unemployment. Most Californians are going to receive anywhere from $770 to over $1,000, $1,040, because the federal government is adding a $600 stipend to every unemployed person in the state. Starting tomorrow, every sole practitioner, every self-employed person, every independent contractor, every gig worker is going to be eligible for unemployment insurance. This has never ever happened in our state or our country before. But because of the dire situation, we have now expanded unemployment insurance to those who normally would not be eligible because they don't contribute to it. So starting tomorrow, you can file for unemployment insurance. And again, you would be eligible, depending on what your income is, to receive anywhere from $770 a week to $1,040 a week for the next 8 weeks. So it's a lifeline for all those who are present.
Okay, did we lose Congresswoman?
She's still here. But something may have gone wrong. Yeah.
Okay, until we can get her back, what I like to do is a little bit something different here and open up the floor when she gets back online to my colleagues to ask any additional questions, if we could. She's probably going to log back in. Looks like she's logged off completely.
Right. Some of her staff are on the line with us right now, so I'm sure they're trying to help her get back on.
Okay, great.
I had a question about the small business loans. You want me to ask it now?
Sure, Ray. I mean, we'll take some notes, and so we can remind ourselves when Congresswoman gets back on the line.
So some of the businesses that I've spoken to, they've been asking about the small business loans that the government is willing to extend. And they're particularly interested in, is this loan, is it forgiven after a certain time period, or do they actually have to pay it back? Is it a loan and then it's forgiven, or is it a loan and it must be on a payment plan afterward? That's my
Well, even though I'm no expert, but Congresswoman did say that the loan is forgiven for the first 8 weeks of, when the payments are due. I don't know what happens after 8 weeks, whether you have to pay the rest, but the first 8 weeks, the payments are deferred and you don't have to pay it back. That's what I figured out, unless anyone else has anything to add. But that's a good question. We'll write that down to be sure. So the waiver. Okay, what I would like to do until the Congresswoman comes back online, I'll move to item number 2 on the presentation. We also have another honored guest, Miss Roseanne Faust. She's the president and CEO of the San Mateo County Economic Development Association, SMCSF. And I'm sure most of you and everyone here has heard of SMCSF. So, Ms. Faust, are you with us?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Silvestri and members of the council. I really appreciate you having me this evening. I have a short presentation that I'd like to present to you, and I know that Stephen has it and can bring it up on the screen. But before I start with the presentation, I think it's important to explain something that happened today, because we launched the small business grant application process, and there were challenges with it. We had 2,500 applications that were started today. So 2,500 applications were started, 659 were submitted. 512 of those 659 were started in the first 22 minutes. We actually had to take the application down, because the back end, there's a secure server where people had to enter their email, and then they'd receive a notification, thank you for your email, begin your application. There was an issue on the technical side, as you can imagine, when that amount of information starts happening. So 1,871 applications were not completed. Later this evening, there will be an email going out to all elected officials in San Mateo County, all the chambers of commerce, all the city managers, all the economic and community development professionals, explaining how we're going to move forward with this. An email will go out to the 659 that have submitted, confirming that their application has been submitted and they are time-stamped in the queue. The 1,871 applications that have not been finished will be notified that they will have between 8 and 5 p.m. tomorrow to finish their application, to upload their documents, and also the clarifying question about sole proprietor, we are fixing on the technical end, because a sole proprietor with W-4 employees, so with employees that are a part of a payroll system, are able to apply. That was always planned. It's independent contractors and those that have no employees were not eligible for the small business grant. But to put this in context, 2,500 applications equates to $25 million of $10,000 grants. Even if only half of the 2,500 applications end up being qualified applicants, that we're still looking at over $10 million that we need to raise. So every dollar raised through the small business fund, through either city commitments or Silicon Valley Community Foundation, or frankly, every phone number we dial for dollars, the need is great in San Mateo County. So I wanted to give you that preview And for those that are listening and tuning into the council meeting, that if you tried to fill out today and you were unable to, you will get the email tonight that you can revisit it. So going into the presentation.
Okay, let me pull that up, and just real quick, I have an update from Congresswoman Spear's staff that she lost a connection. They're trying to get her back on.
Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah. If she happens to rejoin during the presentation, is there something do you want me to notify you?
Yeah, that would be great. And we'll play it by ear.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to share my screen, Roseanne, right now.
Thank you, Stephen. You've been great. Your Mayor Silvestri, your whole team in Daly City, all the folks just have been phenomenal to work with. So I want to thank you. Thank you and the council. So I'm going to walk you through this very quickly. San Mateo County Strong was the beginning of this process. If we go to the next slide, Stephen,
okay,
please. So the Board of Supervisors back about a month ago approved $3 million in Measure K, our sales tax fund, our sales tax measure that was passed. $1 million for individuals.
The Congresswoman has rejoined.
Okay.
I'm
Roseanne?
happy to pause. I'm happy to pause.
Thank you so much, Roseanne. Congresswoman Spear, are you there? We had a couple of questions for you.
Yes, absolutely. I apologize for that. I don't know what happened.
Oh, I definitely understand. I've been without internet off and on for the past week, and you never know a good thing until you lose it. So I definitely understand that. Council member Ray Buenaventura had posed a question, and I believe it was more on the area of waiver or deferral of loan payments. Could you, Ray, am I getting that right, or did you want to expound upon that for the Congresswoman?
Yes, Congresswoman Spear, my question was regarding the small business loans. Is the small business loan actually forgiven entirely, or is it just deferred for a certain period, or how does that work?
So the Paycheck Protection Plan is forgiven in its entirety over this 8 week. For 8 weeks, if you keep your employees on for 8 weeks, at the end of the 8 weeks, that loan is forgiven. Now, if in fact you want a different kind of loan, there's SBA has many different kinds of loans, so you can access other loans. What makes this particularly attractive is that the interest rate is so low. I think it's 1%. And so, but it doesn't give you a loan that exceeds what your payroll would be for 8 weeks. So that's what makes that a little different. The SBA loan, the EIDL loan, you can actually have for up to 2 years. And that one has a slightly higher interest rate of 3.75 for businesses and 2.75 for nonprofits. But they, you can have up to a $2 million loan.
Okay, thank you, Congressman.
Yeah. Okay, great. Are there any other comments for Congresswoman Spear from any one of my colleagues? Anyone else?
Vice Mayor has her hand raised.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Stephen. Go ahead. I'll be quiet.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you, Congresswoman Spear, for that amazing update in regard to the support for our small businesses. When do you anticipate the next round of PPP checks to be administered? And then the second question is, I know that there was an issue around banks being able to disperse and that they weren't as prepared in the first round. Has that been resolved?
Yes, you know, for some of the banks or some of the credit unions in particular, San Mateo County Credit Union, for instance, didn't become eligible, wasn't authorized until mid-April. So now they are authorized in a position to provide loans. So the authorization has been resolved for the most part. The big banks, of course, were at it right away, and the smaller banks and the credit unions were not. So that process has now taken place. And in the new one, we have also created an opportunity for very small credit unions and others that are minority owned banks to also participate and set aside some of money for them. So that will be helpful as well. The issuance of the loans is pretty fast. I've had a number of constituents now who have received their loan money, some for substantial sums. But once you're approved, the loan comes quite quickly.
Great.
And
Thank
I
you so
think
much.
if any of your constituents, our constituents, I should say, have any issues, they should call my office because we have 2 people dedicated to try and assist them right now. For the earlier part, what was happening is if you didn't have a relationship with a bank, you weren't eligible to even go to that bank to get a loan. And if you did have a relationship with the bank, they were trying to upsell you by making you get a credit card, business credit card or something else. From what I can tell, that's all stopped now. And so it's running much better than it was.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mayor, we have Dr. Das Magwal has his hand raised, and then Councilmember DiGiovanni raised her hand as well.
I guess. Thank you, Congresswoman Jackie Spear, for spending time with us. I think it's really important that you come in and your presence is very acknowledged. I just have a quick question on the in terms of undocumented workers. What's the extent of these payments going to those that are undocumented?
So undocumented workers or businesses are not eligible for these loans. Undocumented persons are eligible for free health care. So if they become COVID positive or they need to be tested for COVID, they are not charged for that, and their health care is provided for free. Under the state government, there is a fund that's been created by Gavin Newsom, our governor, that would provide up to $500 per person who is undocumented under certain circumstances. But that's a state program, not a federal program. Now, of course, the programs through the local food banks and the Samaritan House are available to everyone. And that certainly is something that's accessible by undocumented persons within our communities.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay,
I believe we have Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Congresswoman Spear. I've enjoyed your updates on the county every time you're on there, and your persistence and your resolve in making sure there's equity of the constituents that you represent. That I noticed that when you recognize something on the call or we ask, that you go right to it and your staff and get to it, come back, and you have an answer for us. So that is deeply appreciated by many of your constituents in our community and beyond. So I just want to take time to thank you rather than interrupt the presentation, but thank you very much.
Oh, well, thank you. We all serve the same constituents, so it's all very important. I should also mention, and I forgot to do so earlier, that in addition to the augmentation of the SB loan program, what we were fighting for and what we got into the legislation that became law was $75 billion for hospitals, and another $25 billion for testing. So that is an important component as we move through in our efforts to try and loosen up the restrictions and allow the economy to rebound.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Congresswoman, I have to echo some of the comments made by my colleagues. I've attended each one of the calls at San Mateo, and quite honestly, I don't know how you can keep up with everything, especially on the federal level, what's happening on the state level. And even during this call, I just learned I had no idea or information about Social Security recipients as well. And it's tremendous. I know I did send a correspondence to your office of one of our small businesses here in Daly City with a particular barbershop, which he's been waiting 3 weeks. And he had troubles today, but Miss Roseanne Faust, while you were temporarily gone, started to explain how overwhelming the applications had come in, but we're looking to hear more. But I would like to say thank you for your passion and your leadership in what you have been doing. I've said it before on the call in San Mateo, if I don't hear yours or Mike Callaghy or some of the other senators and other folks, I start to go through withdrawals.
Gosh.
So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Let me just say for the barber shop owner, if he is a sole practitioner, he's eligible to file for unemployment insurance. And that might be more helpful to him than trying to get one of these PPP loans, because he will be eligible for anywhere from $770 to $1,040 a week in unemployment benefits for 8 weeks. So
wow, I'm
make him
still
look
learning.
at that. He would be eligible if he's a sole practitioner. He would be eligible to apply starting tomorrow.
Okay, thank you so much, Congresswoman Spear. Are there any other questions for the Congresswoman? Because I know she has a busy schedule, and we have Miss Roseanne Faust, who has been very, very patient. Any other questions? Okay, hearing none. Congresswoman Spear, again, thank you. You're more than welcome to hang out, but I do understand your busy schedule, and it's good to know that we can call upon you, and thank you so much for being here this evening.
Mr. Mayor and council members, my pleasure, my privilege. Thank you for reaching out to me and having me join you on this virtual city council meeting. And my thoughts are also with Roseanne Faust, who's doing a wonderful job at SMCSF and now taking on the responsibilities of giving out the resources that are being generated through San Mateo County Strong. So we thank you all for what you're doing.
Thank you so much, Congressman.
Thank you,
Good
Jack.
night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Faust,
Thank you. Thank
you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Congresswoman Spear, for all that you're doing. I might be calling you because the Small Business Grant Fund today received 2,500 attempts at applications, and we are going to be processing all of them. And so the need, that's over $25 million. So the need for small businesses is very intense. But I want to actually thank the Daly City Council for having me. I'm going to go through the presentation really quickly. And my ask of you tonight is that you consider using city unrestricted funds to support additional businesses in the community of Daly City. So as I mentioned earlier, the initial $3 million, the first $2 million has gone to individuals and families and core service agencies, including 7 homeless shelters. The other $1 million is in the coffers at the San Mateo Credit Union. And again, $1 million equates to 100 grants at the $10,000 maximum level. So if we move to the next slide, this is the fundraising efforts for San Mateo County Strong. So there's a number of different funds and buckets. So the Silicon Valley Community Foundation in early March set up a regional response COVID-19 fund for individuals and families in a 10-county region, where you could make a donation to the county of your choice. At the same time, they also set up the Regional Nonprofit Emergency Fund for San Mateo and Santa Clara counties. Then, in addition, they were able to support the efforts of the City of San Jose through the Silicon Valley Strong Fund, and the County of San Mateo for the San Mateo County Strong Fund. Our Strong Fund mimics the categories of the other funds for individuals and families, nonprofits, and small business grants. But all the money generated through the San Mateo County Strong Fund stays in San Mateo County. So why I'm here tonight is to talk about the city participation. And we have 2 cities in San Mateo County that decided to implement their own programs and do their own criteria, vetting, and distribution. The city of Foster City did it earlier this month, and then through unrestricted general fund dollars, and the city of South San Francisco is looking to use community development block grant funds for loans to small businesses. So if we move to the next slide. So this just gives you the recent stimulus package. So the Congresswoman already went over this through the Paycheck Protection Program for the Small Business Administration's EIDL, economic, industry, disaster loans, $75 billion for hospitals and $25 billion for coronavirus testing. What I sent out to everyone is there are other entities besides banks and credit unions that are able to administer paycheck protection. One is a company based in San Francisco, Veeam, and they've been heavily reported on in the San Francisco Business Times and San Jose Business Journal. They are accepting, they are like the middleman to paycheck protection, and they've got a lot of very good reviews on how easy the process was. So I sent that in the chat with the website link. If you're an Intuit customer through QuickBooks, if any of the small businesses use QuickBooks, Intuit also has a paycheck protection program process that they are administering to help their clients. So if we move to the next slide, this talks about the California portal for what the Congresswoman called the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance. So tomorrow, this you'll be able to, actually, this says you'll be able to apply for the San Mateo County Strong Fund, but where you'll be able to apply is the one below that, the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program through the state of California. So we'll get you that correct link. But the state of California through the EDD, and that's www.labor.ca.gov/pandemic unemployment assistance. You can find this information on the SAMCETA website, but this allows independent contractors and those that are self-employed that have not previously had access to unemployment. So if we move to the next slide, this brings us to the Small Business Grant Program. And so what we did, because the Silicon Valley Community Foundation is a 501c3 entity, was not able from a tax perspective to set up rapidly a small business grant program. Because as a 501c3, it would have had to do grants to other 501c3s, and that wasn't the intent of that $1 million of initial county money. So the San Mateo Credit Union, because they have offices in Daly City, down to East Palo Alto and over to the coast side, they worked very quickly to be able to set up an online application portal. And then their underwriting, their mortgage underwriting team is who's viewing all the documentation that the small businesses submit. And then the checks can be cut from the San Mateo Credit Union Community Fund. They are doing that at zero cost. So there is no percentage that the credit union is taking out for the $1 million and for any city donation. This is their community way and their way to support all of us. There is also no citizenship requirement for the business owner to apply to this. So I want to be clear on that. And we modeled the application process based on other grants, both inside of California, what we saw out of San Francisco, what we saw out of Seattle, what we've seen out of private companies such as Salesforce and Facebook, how their application criteria was developed. And we had to think about 21 different jurisdictions, so the 20 cities and the county. If we move to the next slide, this is the eligibility criteria. Be a for-profit company with at least 2 employees. An owner counts as an employee, and then you need an additional employee that you're paying, that is on payroll, so a W-4 employee. You have to have a current business license if required by the jurisdiction. You have to have an office, storefront, or business space that is open to the public in San Mateo County, and it's 2 to 10 FTEs, full-time equivalent, and or under less than 2.5 million. So it's an either or. You have to have been open at least a year and demonstrate a 25% reduction in gross revenue. So if we move to the next slide, the application process is available in English, Spanish, and Chinese. We've also had the FAQs for this translated into, I believe, 6 other languages, including Russian, Tagalog. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I'd have to pull it up, but there are at least 6 other languages that the FAQs are in, but the application process is in English, Spanish, and Chinese. This explains more of the criteria. We also had the 211 operators trained to answer questions. They were having a challenge today because of the technical issues on the site, and that's when our back end Heroic, who has built the back end of this for the credit union, they actually answered 39 different technical questions, like in real time today. They've received 13 phone calls, which they will return by noon tomorrow for other people with questions. If you go to the next slide. So the process for reviewing applications. The credit union takes in the application, they look at it, look at all the documentation, they forward it to the county for a final review. It's, you know, these are completed applications, they met all the criteria. All eligible applications are funded in order of receipt. This is really important for me to state based on my earlier explanation of what happened at the site. So when a person entered the site today at 12 noon, 12:01, 12:02, and they entered their email address, it is from the moment they entered their email address that their position in the queue is solidified. So even if businesses did not complete the application, by entering that email, all of the emails are timestamped. So I want to be really clear that that's how first in for the emails, that's how the applications will be reviewed. And then the grants will be allocated based on source of funding. So the 1 million from Measure K, and then the geographic commitments from cities. When the funding is exhausted, the applications deemed eligible will remain in a queue because that allows us to know how much additional money that we have to raise. And as you heard earlier, it's a lot. And then the grants will be issued by the San Mateo Credit Union Community Fund. So we want to get the money out there. People have had questions about, well, I only have 2018 tax returns. That's fine. I could only take a picture of my business license because I can't go into my business. So I had to go to the city of the jurisdiction. That's fine. We've set it up so people can apply from their phones, from their laptops, from their computers. We tried to make this as easy as possible. So if we move on to the next slide, this is the additional fundraising for city-specific small business. So the cities on the left, Burlingame, Colma, Daly City. I included Daly City because it's an action item for tonight per council approval. Redwood City, San Carlos, San Mateo. They have either committed these dollars that are up here or they're looking at committing the dollars. Under consideration, we have presentations. So my colleague Don Cecil is actually on the phone on a Zoom meeting with the city of San Carlos to go over there. They've already approved the 112,000, but they had some questions. Tomorrow evening, we will be doing 4 city council presentations to Woodside, Belmont, Menlo Park, and Millbrae. And then we've done informational presentations to the city of East Palo Alto, the city of Pacifica, the city of San Bruno, and under consideration for a future presentation is the city of Atherton. So if we move to the next slide. So how we did outreach. So it was last Tuesday, it was the 21st that the Board of Supervisors approved this process. So we spent from last Tuesday till today at noon pushing out the small business grant application process through social media, through the San Mateo County Strong webpage, through our chambers of commerce, our ethnic business groups, earned media, and our cities and towns. I believe we did an excellent job with 2,500 applications of people trying to start an application. So We felt good that we pretty much reached to every corner within our county. So if we move to the next slide. So the need is great. How can you help? To raise dollars, to raise dollars, to raise more dollars, because the more dollars we raise, the more small businesses that we can save. So I hope that you will consider supporting the recommendation for Daly City unrestricted funds for the small business grant program. And then I'm just going to open it up. Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Thank you to the council, and just opening it up if you'd like me to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Van Faust. It's always good to hear from you. Being on the board of another credit union in San Mateo County, and to say that they are doing this as doing something for the community, that is tremendous. And I did not have an idea. But anyway, enough of me. I'll let my colleagues ask any questions if they may, or have any for Ms. Faust. Don't blame them if they're quiet, Ms. Faust, because they've been on those county calls as well. So I think they've seen your slides, and you've also done a good job in providing that information to us via email. And I've received most of them, and we put them out. And it's refreshing to know that you are definitely on top of things. So anyone from the council member, or maybe city staff, or anyone that may have some questions? Wow, everybody's quiet. Okay, Ms. Faust.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
Mr.
yes,
Mayor,
Vice Mayor.
if I may.
Please do.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that extensive presentation, Roseanne. The question I have is, now that we've seen a large need, has there been conversations with Silicon Valley around supporting more so in this regard? Was there a conversation to see, well, how many are going to apply and what is the need, and is there next steps to do so?
So you're the first council that is actually hearing the numbers of, because we, after I finish this, your meeting, I'll be sending out an email kind of giving everyone. We had expected maybe 1,000 applications, maybe 2,000. I mean, to actually show the need of, 2,500 started. Now that doesn't mean that they're all qualified, and this was just the first day. So now the conversations, I think we've told people, and we've reached out to major corporations and pretty much anyone saying, we know the need is going to be great. And now this data just backs that up. So we added that slide about needing to raise more money.
Thank you. Also, with this presentation, knowing that it may change along the way, would we be able to share this presentation with our constituents on our website? And so they can also avail of it if they weren't able to watch this evening.
Absolutely. And Vice Mayor Manalo, I'm just going to ask Mr. Stolte, I hope I just pronounced it right, Stephen, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
If we'd be able, I want to make that one change where I think when we were changing slides, so if I could get you the updated version tomorrow that you could share, if that's okay.
Sounds great.
Okay, thank you Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much.
Okay, anyone else? Like Council Member DJ Bunny has her hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Faust. You've done a great job, and as well as I remember when you first started. And I want to appreciate the fact that I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, that you guys were able to get, I believe, the county manager and you the 1% fee, or am I correct?
Oh, so the Silicon Valley Community Foundation actually normally charges a 5% handling fee.
Right.
They drop their percent to 1% for anyone that donates through the Silicon Valley Community Foundation's portals. But the San Mateo Credit Union, so the city dollars and any direct dollars, the $1 million from the county, goes right to the credit union, and they are charging 0 fee.
Oh my goodness, thank you so very much. Really fighting for the community. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you, council member.
Thank you, Ms. Foss, for that extensive presentation. I don't know how you're doing it. I want to thank you and the staff for providing the platform to get these applicants on board. I just want to say thank you.
Yeah.
This is such a timely needed, and hope everything works out. So thank you.
Thank you, council member.
Ms. Faust, I also I saw your slide, and there was something in italicized letters, and it's taking care of our undocumented folks who may have businesses as well. And I thank you for thinking about them as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We wanted to make sure that people were clear that whether you're a citizen or whether you're not, if you're a business owner and all the other criteria applies, you have the ability to apply for the grant. So thank you.
Okay. With that being said, are there any other questions for Ms. Faust? Okay, Ms. Faust, I thank you so much for the presentation. We are Daly City Strong, but we will do the best that we can to help. And as you made mention, we do have an item on the agenda. And Congresswoman said something that I really took to heart, and it's something called shared prosperity. Even though we are in a budget deficit, but we can still do whatever we can, and we look forward to working with SMCSF, and thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing after your decision tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Faust. Okay. So that's it for the presentations this evening. Oh, we have one more presentation. I guess, let's see. Daly City Public Library Centennial, National Public Library Week, and virtual library services during the shelter-in-place order. So who would that be? Mr. Curran?
That would be me.
Okay, great. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sylvester, Vice Mayor Manalo, members of the City Council, and everybody watching tonight. We just wanted to share with you that during this shelter-in-place order, something phenomenal happened. We reached an important milestone in the history of the Daly City Public Library. And if you'll indulge me, I'll share the screen with a real short presentation. Let's see how this works out. We're 100 years old. On Saturday, it happened. April 25th, the Daly City Public Library turned 100 years old. And we did not want this milestone to pass without some sort of acknowledgement. You may have known we originally had a big reception plan to commemorate this. But of course, under the current circumstances, we had to postpone that indefinitely, but it still happened. And actually, if you go way back in Daly City's history, you know, the interest to have books in houses and shared goes back to more than 100 years. It goes back to 1916, when a little branch was set up in Daly City of the San Mateo County Free Library. It was actually at the back of a meat market over on Mission Street. It moved to another Mission Street. Very, very humble beginnings. There were about 330 books in the collection back then. Happy to say we have many, many more than that now. The library moved actually to the living room of a private home in 1917. It was on the corner of Wellington and Irving Streets. That house is no longer there anymore. That actually was the site of one of Daly City's former city halls back in the day, also since been demolished over there by Our Lady of Perpetual Help. So it wasn't until 1920, specifically on April 25th, 1920, that the Daly City Library truly opened a municipal branch. And that was thanks to the generosity of the men you see on your screen there, John Donald Daly and John Marchbank. John Donald Daly, of course, is the person whose name we get Daly City from. And his business partner and a very successful businessman in Daly City, John Marchbank, donated the funds and the property and the building for Daly City's first public library 100 years ago. And that's what it looked like. It was a very modest little building, one room, and that's where it all started. And thankfully, we've grown a lot over the last 100 years. And we've had some incredible library champions in Daly City through those years too. Miss Gina Work, who was really Daly City's first full-time librarian, served a very long time from 1922 to 1947, followed by Samuel Chandler, who served as Daly City's librarian from 1957 to 1998. Those familiar with his book, Gateway to the Peninsula, that was a book of Daly City history that was written by Sam Chandler while he was Daly City's librarian. We grew quite a bit. From 1920, the Westlake branch opened up in 1961 as the Westlake subdivision was developing. Bayshore, a tiny Bayshore branch on Geneva Boulevard, followed that in 1963. And of course, our main branch over at Serramonte at Gellert Park was opened in 1975. And those were the 4 original libraries. Of course, from 1996 to 1999, the Westlake branch went a thorough renovation. And then of course, we got the new Bayshore branch at the Bayshore Community Center that opened in 2006. And then our newest library is the new John Daly branch that actually replaced that 100-year-old building. And that opened at War Memorial Community Center in 2007. So that's it in a nutshell. That's a very compressed history of the Daly City Library. There's a little bit more information if you're curious in our staff report, and certainly I'll be happy to answer questions about that. Another thing happened last week quietly while we were all at home sheltering in place, and that was National Library Week was last week. And the theme for National Library Week, which was April 19th to 25th, was Find the Library at Your Place. And I'll let you in on a little secret. That was not the original theme of National Library Week. They had to flip it around because this is the first time since National Library Week started in 1958 that we had to have a virtual library week because all the libraries are closed. So the original theme was Find Your Place at the Library. But since you couldn't get into any of the libraries, the theme was changed to Find the Library at Your Place. And by that, we mean we've got a wealth of information available virtually through the Daly City Public Library. And we really have seen an increased use in our online resources, our ebooks and other collections. One of the things we added last week that's phenomenally powerful, and we've been praised by the schools around here for adding thru.com. It's a great little service for students from kindergarten through college, also for parents who are curious that are having a hard time helping kids. You know, a lot of parents have become de facto teachers during the shelter in place, and they're struggling right alongside their children. And so you can call or log on to thru.com through the library portal, and it's open 7 days a week from 8 in the morning to 10 in the evening. They're going to help you with math, science, English, social studies. You can submit writing samples, and they'll give you written critique right back. They even have a virtual classroom that can help you out as long as you have a computer, smartphone, or a tablet. The only thing you need to unlock all of the electronic resources from the library is a Daly City library card. And you know, there's about 50,000 of those in our Daly City community. But if you happen to be one of those that doesn't, and you need that key to unlock, not only that, but a lot of the other online things, we have ABC Mouse, Canopy, the streaming video service, Canopy for Kids. If you don't have a library card, we've issued quite a few. You can do it online. It's less than a couple minutes. It's at www.dalycity.org/library card. And because it's a centennial, you'll actually get a souvenir centennial library card to use going forward. So speaking of the centennial, our library staff, they're out there and ready to serve. They've been doing all sorts of fun and innovative online virtual library programming. Highlighted this week, which they are calling Centennial Week. We will have tomorrow at 10:15 in the morning, our youth services librarian, Sarah Spence, will be doing a Facebook Live story time for the kids. So follow us on Facebook and you can listen as Sarah Spence does a live story time on Facebook. And then Wednesday, we always celebrate El Dia de los Niños, El Dia de los Libros, in the library. It's always a big, fun celebration. This year, of course, we can't celebrate in the library, so we're doing that virtually as well with our guests, the Ensemble Cascada de Flores. If you haven't seen them, they're a magnificent performance band. And we will have other online participants and performers, and it's going to be on Zoom, much like this format we're doing right now, because it's got a limited participation. We are asking anybody who wants to join us in our centennial celebration, El Dia de los Niños, El Dia de los Libros, to register online at www.dalycity.org/dia. I know that was a lot of information in a short amount of time. And I'll be happy if you have any questions, to entertain those questions from the mayor and members of the city council.
Mr. Curran, thank you so much for the history and bringing back the nostalgia as to the libraries. I recall, I think at the building up at top of the hill, you had a police station there, and they had an incident at that time also, where the suspect ran downhill.
Very, very nearby. Well, I also say,
And go ahead.
I was gonna say the building that was the original library is the current home of the Daly City History Museum. And we worked very closely with the History Museum, going through archives and archives of photos, and came up with a really cool collection of historic photos that we planned to share with the public at our big centennial celebration at John Daly. So as soon as the library is open, we're gonna have a beautiful photograph display at the John Daly Library to commemorate the centennial at Daly City Public Library.
Well, that's great. You made mention something about a reception was planned. I'm going to hold you to that because you know me, I don't miss much. And lastly, I didn't hear about the skills your staff put together. We miss you. Did you see that video?
Oh, that was actually, that was our recreation staff. Yes, yes.
Okay.
They are hard at work. That's a subject for a different day, but the recreation staff has been really working hard at providing virtual recreation opportunities for all facets, plus doing a lot of food distribution and meal preparation for our community as well. So yes, hats off to the recreation staff. And I know Mayor Sylvester did join us at our last library board of trustees meeting, and one of the highlights we gave then is our library staff is engaged in some 3D printing efforts and successfully printed quite a few ear savers for the hospital workers in San Mateo County. And yeah, that was a great thing. And some of them have made some face masks with the sewing machines, and it's been an all hands effort. Everyone's in it together.
Definitely outstanding. And one of your library commissioners put together an event also for the community. You'll probably hear more about it. And that's the donating of N95 masks to our community hospital, Seton. Well, with that being said, I do see a hand up on the side by Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Kern. And I got great feedback from some families, great resources for these children. And like you said, that even if they have a smartphone, we're getting more hotspots from Tony Thurman. So I really, really appreciative because, like you said, they're just not used to being teachers. And it really has given them guidance on the children getting the resources. And the children are more engaged because they know it's our library, which I think that's even better. So then now they're getting used to it. And we don't know what holds in the future, but they've been doing an excellent job virtually. And to think that we have access for them is fantastic, and that we are playing a big part in the community with even in the healthcare industry. It's pretty proud, very proud. So thank you very much, and thanks to all the staff as well, and all the volunteers and everything at the library, and happy Library Week and great history. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I see a hand up also, Council Member Dr. Rod. Oh, yeah.
I got
Yeah,
it.
go ahead.
I was like, can't hear myself. Thank you, Joseph, for that presentation. You know me, I'm a the history ahead. And I always love like understanding the stories of Daly City, and especially the libraries, as being a former library board of trustee. And I can't stress how important the libraries are in terms of grounding and rooting us in terms of understanding where we've been, where we're going, and also going beyond just resources in terms of books and literature, but in terms of the 3D printing. I saw that on my social media, and I was like, I remember voting for those 3D printers when I was on the board of trustees, and I was like, I'm glad that we're putting it to use in other ways. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Kern, for that presentation. The first library I went to in Daly City was the one on top of the hill before it became the Daly City History Museum. So I remember borrowing my first book. It was on the Philippines, and I picked it up in the very back corner of that library. And so to hear the history about how that was actually the very first library in Daly City, that building itself brings a lot of memories in my youth. And I know that even today, libraries are integral for young people in being able to dive into their interests, and then also really reach that, as what Dr. Rod mentioned, with the digital divide. And so 100 years deserves a big celebration. We didn't do it for now, but as the mayor said, we'll do it later.
We will. I promise you, we will celebrate it.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Curran, again, thank you so much. We are so fortunate to have you around. You're the historian, and it's great. So thank you so much. All right, moving on. Excuse me. The next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes for April 13th. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve the minutes for April 13, 2020.
First, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have numerous seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you so much. All right, the next item is the consent agenda, and looks like there is 1, 2, 3, 4 items on the consent agenda. Does anyone want to make a motion to approve or pull any items from the consent agenda? I would like to pull item number 1 on the consent
Yes.
agenda. Okay,
Exactly.
are there any others? Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item number 1. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
There's a second, please.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving the consent agenda with the exception of item number 1, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the consent agenda has been approved. Item number 1, appropriating $75,000 from the city's non-departmental budget to the San Mateo County Strong Fund to assist Daly City in small businesses. As you have heard from the call this evening, the San Mateo County Strong Fund, many cities are basically stepping up to the plate to assist in the funds being donated. And from what I've heard, some of the funds, we already know that the funds are going to stay within San Mateo. And some of the funds, I've heard that some cities would like it earmarked for their particular city. So it's just something to be aware of. but even given Daly City's structural deficit, I think the perception is that we should consider moving ahead with the appropriation of $75,000 to the SMC Strong Fund, because it will send a clear message, and that is that we care. And even though during the most difficult times, it calls for difficult measures and actions to be taken. So I just wanted to make that comment, and if anybody else wanted to add on or their thoughts about it, I'd be willing to entertain and hear from you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. After I finish talking, I got a habit of turning off my mic. Please do.
Oh, it's okay. I think it's very important, as you reiterated, how even more so with the report from Ms. Faust, the need of our small businesses to have support. And this is a way for Daly City to do its part and provide resources to those businesses that are in need. And yeah, there's a need for it, and this is the way we're doing our part. And so I agree with providing this to the San Mateo Strong Fund, or SMC Strong Fund. So
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Are there any other comments from any of the council members? Okay. Is that Council Member Di Giovanni? It looks like we're going back and forth there.
Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. No, I just want to say thank you for what your comment was. When they say San Mateo Strong Together, I'm sure that people realize, once they realize what the fund is about and the economic engines that were lost and the lives that lost their livelihoods in our community, this will help get them back on their feet. And that we, when they're doing it together, then we're all going to benefit, and not one person's going to be left out. It's going to create more equity in our diverse community. So I appreciate that, and thank you for your comments.
Thank you so much, Council Member. All right, any other council members wanted to chime in? Okay, hearing none. Vice Mayor, would you kindly make the motion?
Happy to do so, Mayor.
Okay.
So approve item number, is it item number 1?
1.
Yes. For the 75,000 from City of Daly City to the SMC Strong Fund.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, looks like that motion is passed unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you very much. So that's it for the consent agenda. Okay, moving on to public hearings. Item number 7, public hearing on proposed rate increase for solid waste collection and disposal for fiscal years 2020 to 2021. And we'll have staff report on that. Mr. Hyde?
Yes. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Sylvester, Vice Mayor Manalo, council members, and city manager. I recognize that this is a very sensitive subject at this given time, but something we started in 2019. And let me just pull up the presentation.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it just me or?
My screen if you want, Todd.
Pardon me?
You want me to show it on my screen and you can just tell me to advance the slides?
I think I've got it. It should
Okay.
be okay now. Okay, so it was just about 5 years ago that the council adopted the resolution approving a 15-year franchise agreement with Republic Services. That franchise agreement provides Republic Services with the exclusive right and privilege to provide solid waste and recycling services for Daly City, Broadmoor, and Colma. So we've been through, the first period was 17 months. That was the base period. There were no rate changes. Rate period 2, RP2, that was from July of 2017 through June 2019. That was based on indexes. This period that we are just into now is a full comprehensive review, and that's looking at all the levels of service and comparing those against.
Todd, I'm going to share it on my screen, okay?
Okay.
We're not seeing any slide yet.
Oh,
Okay, can you see my screen?
it's dark to me.
Confirm, it's dark.
It's dark, okay.
There you go. There you go.
So
Okay.
I believe Todd covered this, and he was on this slide.
Yes. Okay. And so, so as I was saying, the first period, 17 months, there were no changes to the rates. Second period, the rates were primarily indexed, and also to provide for some landfill closure and post-closure costs. This period that we are in now is a full review. So we've looked at the next slide. So the comprehensive review, our rate period 3, July 1st through June 30th, 2021. And then there'll be indexes the remainder of the agreement. So Republic submitted their rate application March 6th of 2019. This was reviewed by HF&H, consultants on rate methodologies, and city staff. Proposed Republic compensation agreement was adjusted and then agreed to by Republic. No changes to the city fees. And then the final proposed rate adjustment as we are speaking this evening. The rates for the solid waste, recycling, green waste services. This is changes to the existing solid waste, recycling, and green waste collection fees to cover Republic Services costs and related city fees in accordance with the rate agreement. The last rate adjustment was July 1st, 2018. That's 22 months ago. The consumer price index for the Bay Area has increased 7.6% over the past 2 years, including 4.5% last year. And so there's a number of components that create this rate increase. The largest is increased processing and disposal costs. That's because the total tons that were projected in the original rate application were 60,521 tons. They actually collected 66,880 in 2018. So 10%, 10.5% more tons than what was originally expected. Both the solid waste and organics, which are materials that have processing or disposal costs, those increased nearly 10,000 tons together, while recyclables and bulky waste were lower by 2,556 tons and 1,324 tons respectively. The labor costs have also gone up in San Mateo County to be on par with other union operations and associated healthcare benefits and pension. Because the fees have gone up overall, the city has a franchise fee of 13.5%, which goes to the general fund. So that creates an increase to the cost overall. Other operating costs are up because of containers, general and administrative type costs, management. Vehicle and fuel costs are also up. There is a slight offset for the growth in the number of customers and total revenues. And then because there was a delay in getting the rates finalized, that's an increase. So overall, 11.4% total increase. Next slide, please. This shows the breakdown of service by container size. So as you can see, almost 87% are the 32-gallon containers, another 9% for 64 gallons. So 96% of the total volume is collected in very small containers. So there's a high level of touches or high level of pickups every day to collect the material overall, which helps generate the costs. So this shows where the current rates are and where they've been since 2009. 32-gallon cart would go up to $3.20 per month. 64-gallon would go up 6.41, and a 96, $9.61. And then the associated commercial rate increase for larger bin services. Then this is a comparison of the different municipalities within San Mateo County, and shows Foster City, San Mateo, Burlingame are all very low. They had a long-term settlement with the previous provider, Browning Ferris, and so their rates have been artificially low or subsidized for a number of years. We're coming in at 4th place, and we're 15.9% below the county average of $37.22 per month. So the way the overall rate process went, we spoke with the solid waste subcommittee in February, proposing the rate increase. They approved us going forward. We did the Proposition 218 notice, which is a 45-day notification period for public comment. Those were mailed out on March 9th. March 23rd, we set the time and place for the meeting this evening. On April 12th, the newspaper notice was published in the Daly City Examiner, and tonight we have the public hearing on the city website and cable TV. We had some instructions on the protest process, and all protests went to the office of the city clerk prior to the close of business today. Out of 25,767 parcels, 12,884 valid protests would be needed to stop the rate increase. As of 12 noon today, we had 65 protests, or 0.03% of the total parcels. And then this shows the breakdown of the different areas within Daly City, Broadmoor, and Colma, where protests were received from. The total was 65. And we had a general opposition to the increase, 48%, or 31, not the right time because of the economic concerns with COVID. That's 29%. Seniors on a fixed income, 20%, and then a couple of smaller other reasons. The total number of protests in 2017, the last time, there were 73, so we're actually down just a little bit. And there were 7 protests that were received from the same people in 2017 as this past cycle. And the opposed to the increase a year ago in 2017 was 75%. So basically about the same percentage, just in general, there was no COVID issue in 2017. So with that, I would like to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Mr. High, for this information, and especially at the end where you did some comparisons between 2017 until today. I have two questions for you, if I may. I've read the letters, but before I comment on what I've read in a few of the letters, actually, and you've actually put the stats up there on the screen, can you tell me the difference between index rate and it looks like right now we're going for the full evaluation rate?
Yes, the indexed rate is just using the CPI for a particular period of time. So if the CPI changes by 3% for a year, the rates would go up by 3%. But the comprehensive review is looking at how many routes do they need, how many what type of material is being collected, what is the lifts and where's the material going? So a much more in-depth look at the cost of service.
Okay, so the index rate and as a full comprehensive review, I would take that full comprehensive review as to see is the index rate basically, has it been substantial or good enough? And doing the full comprehensive review, that would tell us, well, wait a minute, we are a little bit behind and we need to go up, say, X number of percent. It may even exceed 3 or it could even be lower.
Right, but yes, it's really because the volumes have been much higher than were anticipated in 2015.
Gotcha. Okay, that brings me to the next question. I can see by your slide presentation, and thank you so much, I see that the tonnage has gone up. And
Yes.
in addition, labor costs, which was only about 3%, but still we're trying to bring parity amongst our union workers throughout basically the counties. And your chart shows that Daly City was in 4th place by being the lowest. So I wanted to confirm that.
Yes.
Okay, great. So now getting to the letters that I've read, there were many letters, and you've included that in your statistics regarding the seniors on fixed income. And one of the letters I read, it says that we used to have smaller containers, less than 32 gallons. Is that correct?
There was a 20-gallon rate. And if we go to back to the slide with the rate survey, all the other cities have a 20-gallon rate, except for North Fair Oaks and East Palo Alto.
Okay, I was just wondering, any reason why we got rid of the 20 gallons? Because the letters seem to indicate to me that they don't put out much refuge at all. And perhaps they don't fill up the 32 gallon, and maybe perhaps they shouldn't be paying for a 32 gallon rate, even though they're not utilizing all of it. I'm just begging the question. Yeah. I'm wondering.
Yeah, that was part of the franchise agreement in 2015. Okay. I was not here, so I don't have the historical perspective, but I can certainly look into that.
Okay, well, yeah, it was just a question that I had, because it seemed and hearing that now some cities, they still have the 20-gallon rate. I'm just wondering if there can be amendments made for those, especially the seniors on fixed income. so it's just something I wanted to bring up. So that's all I have at this time. Thank you, Mr.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. High. I very much appreciated how you started your presentation, recognizing the sensitivity of this issue. And obviously it's because of the COVID-19 and what the community, the whole country is facing. So I can only imagine that our community, there are going to be questions from the community about why are we doing this? And so I'd like you to speak to basically when this rate increase takes effect and what are the reasonings why we have to consider moving forward with this rather than delaying or postponing it.
Well, the service level has, increased, and so Republic has incurred these higher level of costs over the last 10 months since a year ago. They have offered to delay the rate increase until July 1st, and they've also offered to have a cleanup day in October. And we have Republic is on the line, and they can be added to the discussion.
Okay.
Stephen, do you want to get?
I'm looking at the list right now. I know
Evan is online. I do see Evan.
Hey, Rose, can you hear me? It's Mike Mahoney.
I can hear you, and Mike is also online.
Yeah, it's got my Republic ID there at that point. I think Todd alluded to the fact that the rate schedules are set out in the original franchise, which, as we stated, I think we're into the fourth year right now. We have the first couple that are CPI related. This is the one-time opportunity for both sides, both being the city, representing the customer base, as well as the company, to go back in and do an in-depth analysis of the franchise. From here on after, for the next 10, 11 years, we go back to the CPI solely. But it's one time, and it's very common. It's in every single franchise that you'll see in Northern California. There's a one-time opportunity. I think this first procurement process began in 2014, and it wasn't, I think, finished until 2015 or so, and the new service started on the 16th. So many, many things can change. And one of the issues here that's really driving this is the disposal. And Todd alluded to the fact that the disposal is up from 60 to close to 67,000 tons, or an 10% increase. In many respects, that's good. It shows the vibrancy of the economy in Daly City, but it's very, very difficult to judge, particularly back in 2014, how the economy would have boomed in 2018. So in that respect, it's something very, very good. But there is an opportunity, for us to come to you, and we've had increased labor costs, which I think the mayor, commented on very briefly. Historically, the labor rates in Daly City and in the northern part of the county have been a little bit less than that in San Francisco and into the mid-peninsula area. So we had a long negotiation, very tough negotiation with the Teamsters, and this is one of the issues that they identified. And I think we're very proud of our workers. Are doing a fantastic job, and I think they've earned their labor increase, which is, when you look at it, I think it was 3.5% of the 10.5%. So there's a lot that goes into the the rate making process, and that's really why we're in here at this point. We all recognize that this is a very difficult time to institute a rate increase, and that's really twofold. Besides the the statutory requirements of Prop 218, the various notifications, getting on the council agenda, running into the middle of this epidemic here. It's just unfortunately, that was the timing on this. It was well in motion, well before we, everybody even thought about the coronavirus. It happened, we started this process, I think, as Todd mentioned, back in March. and this was well in motion before it began. I think that Todd also alluded to the fact that we recognize that. We recognize the the sensitivity with the community, and that's one of the reasons that we've agreed, at great expense, I might add, to delay the rate increase from May and go all the way till July 1st. And I think when you really look back on it the way in, maybe in macro terms, this is very, pretty much right at CPI or right at the cost of living on the San Francisco Bay Area Index. I think Todd stated that the CPI for 2018, 2019 was somewhere in the vicinity of 7.2%. And if you take the 7.2% and then what I call the retro piece to go back to when the rate increase should have been instituted in July of 2019, we're basically at CPI, and we add to that the retro piece, which was revenue that we would have received going back almost a year ago right now.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are there any other questions from the council? Looks like we do have the representative here from Republic, and of course, Mr. High. Vice Mayor, I see a hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question. So just clarification, you're stating that usually this contract would go into existence in right when it's approved, and it would move into or the increase would be move into May. And you're saying is that now because of the fact that people are in situations and COVID-19 is here with us, that will be moved to July. Is that it? It was never initially in July, but it was supposed to happen in May?
That's correct. Initially, it was supposed to have occurred July 1st of 2019. The process had been delayed. We had the statutory requirements that had to be met. The rate increase, as it was negotiated and as it was finalized, was to have taken effect on May 1st, just a couple of days from right now. But we recognize the situation that we're in, and we've agreed as a company that we would postpone that rate increase. We're not going back and trying to recapture that piece in any retroactive form. So basically, we're going to forgive, not to implement the rate increase until July 1st of this year.
Thank you for that clarification. And then also, I think something that's very important as well is that really on the front lines, the workers that are there for our community while we are at home, they're ensuring that we have public safety in the way of sanitation and disposing of our garbage. And to that and those workers, I also want to say thank you to them and salute them for their tireless efforts in ensuring that this service continues for our community.
Great. Well, thank you. We're really, we're proud of them. I've been, couldn't be more pleased with the efforts. We've had a, great team here. We've got a lot of camaraderie. These guys are out there every single morning, early in the morning, in pretty tough conditions right there. Company has also been very generous, and we were right on top of, this from the start. We've garnered additional PPE, and that's sanitizers and gloves and masks, and we've really, taken care of the employees, and they in turn have just been great. I can tell you, we've hardly had a sick day in the last 7 weeks. Everybody is pulled together. Everybody's pulling in the same direction, and I'm very, very proud of them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I see Councilmember DiGiovanni has a hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mahoney. I just have a couple of quick questions and clarification. Thank you for all the information. When it's on the page, I have the overview in front of me. I just need clarification because so everyone knows this is the first time I've seen this information. So please forgive me if I ask a question that's already been answered. I didn't know how many times you guys have met because I was on the committee but was removed by the mayor. So here on the increased labor costs and benefits, correct me if I'm wrong, I remember when you initially came and we renewed the contract, that is because it's been like a year and a half after this, and then they went CPI, and now this will catch them up from the year and a half if we do this tonight for the cost, Mr. Mahoney?
Mike, your mic.
Hello?
I'm sorry there. We signed a new 5-year labor agreement back in almost 2 years in 2018, and it had the proviso of a one-time opener. And the opener would be that we were able to get these rates approved by the city of Daly City, and that's really that's part of what's before you tonight. I think Mr. Sylvester, stated it well that it was an issue of parity, that there was no question that the refuse workers in San Francisco and in the Mid-Peninsula were at a higher rate historically. Daly City, South San Francisco had been lower. So with this, we were able to bring their wages and benefit packages up. So they are on par right now with San Francisco and the rest of the peninsula.
That's great. Okay, so that's good. That's very important because right now more than ever, they are risking, they're not just essential, they also are a frontliner that is actually taking risk out there in the field. We don't know where the virus lies in their daily routines. The other question, quick question, I don't know if it's Todd or Mr. High, but thank you for the presentation, or Mr. Mahoney, where it says on the list, higher city fees due to increased revenues. Would you mind explaining that to me? Oh, I guess that would be Mr. High.
Yeah. So again, because the city has the franchise, the 13.5% franchise fee, if revenues go up because of a rate increase, the franchise fee percentage stays the same, but because the revenue dollars go up, there'll be a increased contribution to the city's general fund, which hopefully offsets some of the wear and tear on the roads and such.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification. Sorry again for the questions. And the other operating costs, as you said, occurs on staff or what have you. So I'm very clear on that, and you did a great presentation. And thank you, Mr. Mahoney, for answering the questions. And I appreciate it. And that the CPI, the next increase, this is the only one that is, just to clarify, that is this particular in-depth one. And then going forward, it'll be CPI the next period. Is that correct?
Yes, this is the only opportunity to have the full-blown rate review. Going forth until the year 2031, it's completely tied to the Bay Area CPI index here on out.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for being sensitive to this particular that no one planned for, is this pandemic. I really appreciate the being amenable. And I know we have state mandates to meet as well, and that not implementing it until July should help. And let's hope that will be the end of this as well. So thank you very much, Mr. Mahoney, and give our best to your workers and your staff who have been doing a great job. Really appreciate it very much so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any other comments from council before I open up to public comment?
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Hyde, Mr. Mahoney, for considering the extension to moving this to July, just given the pandemic. And that's all I got to share.
Thank you, council member. Okay, at this time, I'd like to open up to the public at this particular time, and I'll defer to Stephen if you've received any additional comments or other than the letters that you sent to council.
The only other comment that was received online is from someone who already wrote into it, and you've seen his response already. So I don't know if I should read a double commenter.
Well, was that the letter amongst the many that you've sent us?
Yes, his name came up in one of the earlier letters. He also used our new virtual website to submit a comment today.
All right, thank you so much. So nothing further. I would like to close the hearing, public hearing at this time. And we need to adopt a resolution at this time. So is there a motion? All right, I'll make the motion. Go ahead.
Motion to approve.
And I will second.
Wait.
Was this Councilmember DiGiovanni?
Yeah, I apologize for the technology issue. I just want to say that I think all of us on our council, we did look at everything, like examine and read the comments, do understand, and I think a lot of that was taken into consideration. So I appreciate all that as well. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you, council member. So there's a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Manalo and was seconded by myself. Is there any further discussion at this time? Hearing none, may I have a roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester.
Aye. Okay, that motion has now passed. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next item, which is communications, item number 8. Use permit UPR-9-19-1429-209, design review, DR-9-19-14210, a request by Regency Centers to construct an approximately 5,000 square foot restaurant. And we have staff, Ms. Morales, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. My name is Carmelissa Morales. Just wanted to make sure that everyone can see my, actually, I did not share my screen. 1 second. Is everyone able to see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay. So yes, my name is Carmelissa with the Planning Division. I'll be presenting the next 3 items. I would like the council members to know that the next 3 items are all within the same property. They're just certain components, 3 different components of the project. The first one here is a restaurant with a drive-through located at 3 Ceremony Center, which is the Ceremony Shopping Center. This project was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission at their April 7th meeting. We did receive some public comment during that meeting in regards to environmental review, as well as a request that this restaurant actually just be a sit-down restaurant due to some health and community concerns. And in the staff report, staff has responded to those concerns. And in some, we have stated that the zoning for this property does allow restaurants with a drive-through with the approval of a use permit, which is what is before you today. And regarding the sit-down restaurant request, regarding the health concerns, that there is currently no citywide moratorium in place regarding the construction of fast food restaurants. So the developer and property owner is allowed to present this and request this application. Regarding the environmental review, the Planning Commission has determined that the project qualifies for categorical exemptions pursuant to CEQA, and I'll go over that in my presentation. All right. So just some background on this project. It is one phase out of many through the Ceremony Shopping Center redevelopment. In June 2015, the City Council approved a rezoning of the shopping center to PD 69, which added a bunch of new uses and a lot of more square footage so that they could expand the shopping center. Just recently in August 2019, the Northwest Quadrant was approved. That included retail, restaurant space, as well as a new hotel and cinema complex. I'm sure if you pass by Ceremony Shopping Center, you'll see the construction that's going on. That was what was approved. And After that project, there was approximately 44,000 square feet of undeveloped retail remaining, which is why these projects are before you today. They're just adding to the additional retail that they are allowed within the limit of the EIR that was done. So this slide shows the location of the project. We call this the northeast quadrant, which is right or east of that Southgate Avenue driveway. It's on the eastern portion of it, close to the I-280 intersection. And just some photos of the project site as it currently is today. It's just a surface parking lot. Here's another viewpoint. To briefly go over the proposal, this restaurant with a drive-through will be approximately 5,000 square feet. It will contain an interior children's play area, as well as an outdoor seating area. There will be a 20-car double-lane drive-through. I'll go more into that as to how that's achieved. The proposed hours of operation is Monday through Saturday, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. There will be a double the amount of employees during the peak hour shift compared to the off-peak hours. As I mentioned earlier, this is one of 2 drive-through restaurants proposed. The next one will be in the upcoming presentation, but they will both be located in a new parking lot with 177 spaces, what the developer calls Lot 10B. So the next few slides will be the project plans, as well as some renderings. So this is the site plan. You'll see the new proposed drive-through restaurant under building 600, which is parallel to I-280, and the new restaurant right here at building 750. And here is the proposed landscaping. So currently it's an existing surface lot, so they are improving the area with some trees and some additional landscaping and bioretention areas for stormwater management. And this is a floor plan. It is a 1-story building. The interior play area would be at the bottom right corner, and just a couple entrances up the bottom of the screen there. And here are some elevations, the west and south elevation specifically. A lot of earth tones with this proposal, and then the signage would be more of the accent feature. The proposed restaurant or the tenant is currently hasn't been disclosed yet, but that should be disclosed shortly after approval or hopefully during construction. And here is the east and north elevation. And the next couple of slides are some perspective views showing what the building is expected to look like with all the outdoor furniture, et cetera. So this shows the pickup order window on the left side, as well as the outdoor patio area. And this is the front of the building with the patio area again. And right here, you can see the double lane drive-through. On the left is the menu boards where 2 cars could be ordering at the same time, and then the pickup window again on the right side. And here's a good visual, sort of an aerial view as to how the 2 buildings will look together. Like I said, it is an existing surface lot. It will be improved for the 2 buildings, but it still functions more so as a surface parking lot as well for these 2 restaurants, as well as the rest of the shopping center. So this project does require a design review permit. As you saw in the renderings and the elevations, it does have a contemporary architectural design. The signage is in alignment with the design intent of the future tenant, and overall staff is satisfied with the design. And this project, like I said, it does require a use permit for approval. And the main concerns from staff regarding pedestrian safety, as well as potential queuing and circulation issues, and that they were able to address that through their pedestrian plan, and they also submitted a queuing and circulation analysis. Some improvements that they've added were some pedestrian links from Southgate Avenue, and engineering and planning have worked together to require the applicant to install an elevated mid-block crossing at Southgate Avenue, which connects the northeast and northwest quadrants. You'll see that in the next slide, or you'll see where the location might be in the next slide. So this is the pedestrian plan. You'll see the major and minor pedestrian links. There's some crosswalks that go between the 2 proposed buildings, as well as enhanced pedestrian crossings connecting the main shopping center. And the mid-block crossing would go right across the midpoint of the Southgate drive-through at the top of the plan, Southgate Avenue driveway. And the applicant will be required to submit plans for that prior to building permit issuance. Just to briefly go over the queuing and circulation analysis, it concluded that the proposal was going to have a minimal impact. And it did recommend a couple of things, which include a floating menu and our ordering staff during the peak lunch hour. And you'll see in the next slide, the proposed drive-through system. They are actually incorporating that into their proposal. So the 20-card double lane drive-through, the way that it functions is it allows for customers with smaller orders to get their orders faster. If there's a customer ahead of them that has a larger order, they're able to bypass that customer and just go on their way after they order. The staff during peak hours, they will go out and have face-to-face ordering via an iPad ordering system or whenever is necessary. I think a lot of people have seen that through the in and outs that we have in Daly City. And of course, if there are any queuing and circulation issues in the parking lot, staff will be told to go out and monitor the queue and direct any traffic as necessary. As for the environmental assessment, the Planning Commission has reviewed the proposal and it has determined that the project is exempt or categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA, specifically the section regarding infill development projects. This slide shows a summary of the findings that are outlined in the staff report. If you have any questions regarding that, I'm happy to go over any of them. And in conclusion, the Planning Commission recommends that the council take the following actions, which is to adopt the findings as outlined in the staff report, affirm the environmental assessment, and improve the use permit and design review subject to the conditions of approval in the staff report. That concludes my presentation, but if you have any questions, I'm available. The applicant's team is also in the Zoom call, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morales. And as you made mention, we do have the applicant aboard, so I'll defer first to my colleagues if they have any questions. I do have a couple myself.
I have a question.
Okay, Council Member Buenaventura, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Carmelisa, for your presentation. So I gotta say, and I understand the reasoning behind it and the privacy issues and things like that, but I'm a little uncomfortable with approving a project and not knowing what the actual restaurant is. And I completely understand that, you know, there are still negotiations, and there's conversations being made as to who is going to be opening the restaurant. Now, and so I believe in, as you do, Mr. Mayor, full and complete transparency. In reading between the lines of the reports and the data that I've been able to review, it's looking to me like this is going to be a Chick-fil-A restaurant. And so I guess my question is, you know, there is some issues with respect to Chick-fil-A, and they have what I am just in my knowledge of what's been going on in the community and in the business. There's been allegations of discrimination and so I guess what I want to confirm is that the kind of restaurant that is it going to be a Chick-fil-A, and have the issues regarding discrimination, particularly to the LGBTQ community, has that been resolved? And I'm not sure, Carmelisa, you can answer it obviously because you're in the planning, but I'm wondering if the applicant can have something to say about that to give a little bit more transparency to this project and let the community know that we're cognizant of those issues.
Thank you, Councilmember Buenaventura. Does the applicant want to respond to that, or Ms. Morales? Before you do, I would like to make a comment as well. I guess I should have went first. Thank you, Councilmember Buenaventura. Slide number 16, it says future tenant. So it's already known that who the tenant is going to be. And also reading between the lines, I know ceremony is basically in full force, basically 7 days a week. So I heard the hours, but I did not hear if they're open on Sundays. So I'd be willing to wanting to find out more as well. Vice Mayor?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you had your hand up as well.
Oh, I have a question, but
Okay.
I know that there's previous questions prior to me, so I can wait until the questions are answered by the applicants
Well,
that my previous colleagues asked.
okay. Is your question predicated on the response that we get from the applicant, or do we just want to take all the questions now and the applicant can address all at once?
Well, it was about the development per se, particularly around the children's play area, and how has there been other models, or is this a footprint that the prospective tenant has utilized in the past? So that was my question.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I see another hand up, Dr. Rod.
So I have potentially three questions. Okay, so was there a traffic report done on Southgate and Callan? If so, what are the expectations of that report in terms of, like, with the hotel coming up, the movement of Crunch to that side where Denny's is at, and with the two businesses, the drive-through and the coffee shop, what's the traffic report on those streets? And then also, it's a tongue twister. Where will the farmers market be located? Is it still going to be continued? And then number three, I know I've been reading stuff that's COVID-19 related, but are there, actually, I'm not going to ask that question. Just those two questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Dr. Rod. I see a hand up from Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I have a concern about, I think Mr. Buenaventura and the mayor, as well. It's kind of like odd approving a project and not even knowing, reading between the lines, and then we approve it, but we're not really sure. Not open on Sundays, and I don't want to repeat everything, but I too, when I was reading, was thinking the same thing, along the same lines. So I'd like to know, like I know about agreements, but as a council, to approve something, and then this other question is, hopefully we can get something more transparency with the public, for the public. And I think we're going to be looking at Vision Zero tonight and making sure that Vision Zero is included in this as well. By the way, thank you, Ms. Morales. Excellent job on your presentation. And Vision Zero that is included in this. I know that we might move forward and make sure it's included in everything. So I think we have to get the other questions answered first. And on the play structure and on the plan itself, I'm sure that moving forward, there might be questions on social distancing, that this whole thing might have to change. And a ventilation system that will prevent the spread of this current, which we don't even know when it'll be over, or if anything that occurs in the future again, a resurgence, that the ventilation system prevents either Legionnaire's disease, SARS, or any of that to be filtered through in our upcoming projects. I know there's a type of ventilation special one. So those are my questions right now. but I would like to see the mayors and the council member and other get theirs answered as well, and then follow up. But thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Member DiGiovanni. Okay, I'll leave it up to the Ms. Morales or the applicant to address some of the questions that have been put forth.
Thank you, Mayor. I can answer a couple of questions, but a lot of the other questions may have to be responded to by the applicant. Some of those responses that I can provide are regarding the traffic study. So like I mentioned in the presentation, this was a part of the phasing of like an expansion, which was a part of a EIR for the Serramonte Shopping Center. So they did factor in a lot of the traffic impacts. And basically what the EIR did was it sort of gave the parameters for the developer or the property owner. So it acknowledged that there will be this much square footage for the cinema, the hotel, for retail, and that's basically the parameters that the developer has set for themselves. So as long as they are within those thresholds, they are able to construct. What we do require, so for example, I think they had to supplement the traffic report for the hotel and the in the northwest quadrant, and that was approved by the engineering division. For this project, we just requested the queuing and circulation analysis because we thought that would pose the largest problem. But I did want to mention that in the consent agenda, there was a, I believe it was an authorization to allocate some funds towards a signal, traffic signal at the Southgate Callan intersection. So they are proposing to improve that intersection, which should help the traffic concerns with the shopping center.
Thanks, Ms. Morales.
I think Dr. Rod had another question, not only pertaining to the EIR, but I do know the answer, but coming from you, if you can clarify it for him, and that's the farmer's market.
So that has been discussed. The developer has informed us that they are moving it to the to across from the cinema, I believe. I think it is the west side of Macy's, where there's sort of like a curved sidewalk in front of the parking garage. So they are planning to move the farmer's market from next to the Buffalo Wild Wings to the other side of the Macy's.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There are some other questions still pending. Do we have the, can we have the applicant provide answers?
Yes, hi, good evening. My name is Allison Warner. I am a Vice President of Investments at Regency Center. So thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council members for having me on tonight to speak to this project. I will get to, you know, all of the questions that were asked, very good questions. I'd like to just start with a little bit of a statement about how we feel about Regency Center's ownership of Serramonte Center. We're very proud to be a part of Serramonte Center and the community that is Daly City. And we very much see Serramonte as Daly City's downtown, the town square. And we are embracing this project as an opportunity to really expand what we already provide to such a great community and further meet our customers' needs. So as was mentioned in Carmelissa's presentation, PD 69, which was approved back in 2015, along with the EIR being certified, did approve, you know, a whole variety of programming across the entire site. And our current proposal is within that approved PD and EIR. We've all seen that the Southwest and the Southeast quadrants were completed and, you know, executed very successfully. They've been very well received by the community and by the customers, and we've been very happy with the outcome. So what, you know, as retail developers, what we see is, in addition to the success of those southern out parcels, we're constantly trying to evaluate how the retail environment is shifting and changing and moving, and what does our customer want, and how can we better serve our communities. So we feel that as we continue to evolve with that larger retail environment, some of the main things that are demands in retail today, really kind of the main retail tenants that are opening new stores. Traditionally, things are a little different, but traditionally are restaurants and entertainment and community services, as well as providing community gathering places. And the northern out parcels, including the theater, the relocation of the gym, the hotel, 2 restaurant pads in front of Macy's, which will be 3 to 4 sit down and quick service restaurants, as well as the 2 drive-through pads in the northeast quadrant, all together really start to complete the larger picture of providing variety and responding to what our customers really want. I would like to point out that in addition to what's been approved last August by the Design Review Committee and is currently under construction, as well as what's currently being requested for approval right now, many of you, I'm sure, have been inside the mall earlier this year and saw that we were just embarking on a renovation of the interior mall. With the shelter in place, everything's obviously on hold. So our current plan is to circle back at the appropriate time as, you know, COVID-19 and the shelter in place and the health orders, you know, continues to unfold. We will go back to the interior mall and we will be doing a complete overhaul and a complete remodel, as well as upgrading the exterior mall entrances. And I put that out there because to us, we really see Ceremony Center, all of it fits together. It's all one big project and one big property that needs to meet the needs of many different customers and many different constituents, as well as continue to really be the community gathering place that it is today. And so we're looking to provide, you know, variety, provide something different, and sort of do that by creating some flexibility in what our options and our opportunities are. I think now more than ever, we all understand that flexibility is extremely important. Most, you know, all of our tenants, with the exception of essential services and restaurants who have the ability to do takeout and pickup, they're all closed. What we see in the market, though, is drive-through restaurants are still open. So even though there are some challenges that may need to be met that can be mitigated through different ways that we're proposing with our plan, there's a lot of upside to having that type of service and that type of use on the property. It really helps balance out the rest of the property through all the different environments that we will see. So with that, I will circle back on the first question that was asked. I understand that submitting an application with no tenant names can be, you know, a bit challenging or disconcerting. What I will say is that we don't yet have fully executed non-contingent leases, which is why we cannot disclose the names of the tenants, unfortunately. However, we are talking to multiple tenants who, you know, with the use being approved, would be huge additions to Ceremony. There's just a lot of interest for tenants to come to Ceremony, be it in the drive-through or in the restaurant pads in front of Macy's. And in those conversations, obviously, we learn a lot about the needs of those restaurants and the demands. And so while we, you know, hope to have a couple of tenants in particular open up in the northeast quadrant, we also feel that our current proposal is very much suited to, you know, whatever direction the economy takes, especially given, you know, where we sit today. That being said, both the current 5,000 square foot building under discussion is a prototype used by a tenant, but also very similar to prototypes used by many other tenants. The next project that Carmelissa will be discussing is also a prototype of another tenant in particular, but usable by many different tenants. I do want to answer the question about farmers market. As Carmelissa mentioned, our hope is to move it back to the west side of the Macy's, adjacent to the garage where there's surface parking right there. We will need to have that discussion with the farmers market operator to see if that's enough space for them. Otherwise, where it's currently operating out in front of the Macy's in Lot 9 is still very feasible and doable, even given the new development that we're doing. I believe the traffic question was answered. And you know, just to quickly touch on the HVAC system and other practices of tenants, I think the good news is California building standards really require the latest and greatest and newest equipment be installed on all buildings. So bringing new construction will certainly lead to these buildings having, you know, the highest quality of systems that will be constructed. So with that, you know, if you guys have any other questions for me, I hope that paints a good picture of our vision of ceremony on the whole and how we feel that these drive-thrus really fit into that larger picture to create the best project and the best property to serve the Daly City community. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Warner, and it's very much appreciated. All right, I'll open it up to further, basically, to come back on my colleagues if you feel this information was sufficient, or if you have any additional questions for either the applicant or Ms. Morales.
Well, I'll start. My question wasn't answered. And I don't know why we have to skirt the issue or dance around it. I mean, it's clear from the information, even on the internet, that Chick-fil-A is closed on Sundays. So we're talking about Chick-fil-A. I don't understand the lack of transparency on this transaction. And secondly, my question about whether or not Chick-fil-A has resolved the issue of discrimination against LGBT community wasn't answered. And so I'm not comfortable with moving forward on a project that has some questions that I think need to be answered. I understand ceremony is a huge market, and that the business, there's tremendous amount of business and plans to move forward. But I mean, what are we doing as a council? We have to be informed and not just make decisions without the foundation to make them. And so I'm just not comfortable not knowing all the facts. And it goes more deeper than that. It's knowing the fact, but not being able to have the applicant recognize it and be honest about it, and then addressing the central point of my concern, which is, are we in a position where we're supporting a restaurant that discriminates against the LGBT community? And so I need those answers resolved, and without that, I can't see supporting this project. So that's my thought.
All right, thank you, Council Member Buenaventura. Any of my other colleagues have any thoughts or concerns? Okay, I'll make my comments as well. Again, thank you very much, Ms. Morales, for your presentation, and Ms. Warner for being here this evening. You know, I visited the master plan quite a few years ago that was put out by Regency Centers as to the future of what was coming. And if I'm not mistaken, there were various vendors or businesses, and I do recall they said, well, a Dick's is going to go here. And another restaurant was going to go here that had an arcade. And we received full and complete transparency. I don't know why at this time that we cannot get the answers that we want. And I'll basically have to confer with Council Member Buenaventura is I'm not comfortable in, because eventually the community will find out. And as long as we had asked the appropriate questions, and we can sit back and we can say, yes, we supported it, and this is why we supported it. But I'm not getting that now, and I don't feel comfortable with supporting this project. So with that being said, I'm going to give a last opportunity for my colleagues to chime in before we move to take the vote. Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Buenaventura. I too I was thinking the same thing because my question was, why wouldn't we want retail or something running on a Sunday, right? When things are like people off work, and then we have more business that frequent ceremony, and then more shopping, and or for vibrancy in our community. So that is really bothersome. Why we're not getting the answer at this time, I don't know. It would be up to the mayor whether we delay this or however move we want to do it. But I don't feel comfortable not knowing I'm voting on something I'm not even sure what it is. So that's and then why isn't it open on Sundays? Is another thing, because those monies go into supporting our fire, our police, and our community. And we want the community to have access on Sundays to enjoy things at the mall. And I would think that the mall would want something open on Sundays. So that's my question. And the other things are, so I'll just leave that at that. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and Councilmember Bonaventura as well.
Thank you, Councilmember DiGiovanni. Vice Mayor Manalo.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And I think, ceremony has been definitely a community-centered place for over decades. And, families, individuals. And so it's really important to know what tenants are coming in, and it's stated by my colleagues. The transparency is something that is important to us, and also, most importantly, if it is a very controversial tenant that it has indicated in the past and done very discriminatory statements, I think that is just due to us as elected body to have full information at hand before moving forward to what you mentioned. If this is a town center, this is, where, we need to know all those factors. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Dr. Rod.
I just want to say thank you for the presentation, Ms. Morales, very thorough. I do like the blueprints of the proposal. I do feel like we do need business there, but just to put this in a metaphor, like when we do business in Daly City, it's like being in a relationship. And, I've been watching TV shows about people getting catfished, right? And people fall in love what they see on screen, but being in a relationship, you need to have trust, you need to have transparency. Yeah. I gotta know what we're dealing with, because I don't want to just fall in love with an idea or an imaginative partner, and then at the end of the day, we have some sort of buyer's remorse and a relationship that's incompatible, a relationship that that is not genuine. And if we're gonna do something, we're gonna have business in the Bay Area. This is one of the most liberal, most progressive communities in the world, where we are like, this is where progressive politics are. And if we don't have a business that reflects our identity as a progressive community, I don't know if I could support this as well, and I would have to support my fellow colleagues.
Mr. Mayor, if I could make a suggestion, I would really like to give them an opportunity to come back again and regroup and decide amongst themselves what kind of information they're willing to disclose, and to be transparent about it. We could, it's clear to me that we would, if we move forward with a vote, it's going to be denied. Rather than trying to undo everything at this point, I do believe people should be given a chance, a second chance, if you will. And so maybe I'll ask the city manager or the city attorney, if can we table this or to continue this to a date uncertain to see if the parties can get the drift of what we're trying to get at, or how can we effectuate?
I would actually defer to staff on this simply because a date certain probably makes more sense than a tabling at this point. I'm not sure, because this is a use permit, what the statutory timelines would be, or if they're subject to it. Any streamlining act at this point.
Okay, so what's the suggestion from staff?
I think date certain's good.
Okay. Yeah, I would suggest a date certain, council member, to consider at this point. You could push it out further if you need to have additional time. And I, again, would defer to staff and see how much time.
I think, if I may, this is Tatum. Good evening, all. I would like to maybe ask a suggestion from the applicant to see when they think that they could maybe provide some useful information so that we could set the date based on their ability to give us some additional information that would be helpful for making this decision. But I do agree that a date certain would be better.
This is Allison Warner from Regency again. So I would just like to point out a couple things. One, the request tonight is for a conditional use permit for a drive-through, not for any particular tenant in hand, which is not uncommon in an entitlement request and not something that hasn't been done across Serramonte before. Just last August with the design review committee approval that we achieved, we actually didn't know the tenant name of the hotel at that point in time. We had been talking to a developer. We knew there was significant interest from multiple hotel developers to bring a hotel. They didn't actually get a licensing agreement with a hotel name until later on, after the approval was already achieved. Similarly, when we built the Southwest and the Southeast quadrants, we didn't have tenants in hand for the shop tenants adjacent to the Nordstrom Rack and the TJ Maxx and the Party City. So a lot of what really adds to our ability to bring what we feel are Regency really prides itself on partnering with top quality tenants and people who just know their businesses well and do it very well and serve the customers very well. And in order to do business with those tenants, in part, we need to prove that we can get a project like this approved, like we did with the Southwest and the Southeast and with the hotel pad, even without tenant names. So I would just like to throw that out there for your reconsideration, that the request tonight really truly is for a conditional use permit of a drive-through. The next request on the table is the same thing, where we also can't disclose the tenant name because we don't yet have signed leases. It's hard for me to put a date on that. I think that we would do everything that we possibly can to get enough information to have discussions with council members and come back at the next city council meeting. However, I really would like to see consideration of the use permit be approved tonight if at all possible.
So then I would move to table this to the next city council meeting.
I'd like to make a comment if I may. Ms. Warner, yeah, we can compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges, but based upon knowledge that myself and council members have, if there was an issue about, say, for instance, the hotel, that we didn't know what was coming there, but we did know that a hotel was coming there. And I can't think of any brand of hotel that may have carried some sort of negative connotation with it. So perhaps you could be right, but we knew a hotel was coming. Which hotel we did not know, but we felt it was sorely needed and it wouldn't matter. But here we are talking about a restaurant, and to hear bits and pieces and to try to read in between the lines and say that we should apply the same concepts as we did for a use permit in the other situations, with additional information, complete transparency, that changes things. And so with that being said, I just wanted to put that out there as to my feelings as well. So I'll leave it to my colleagues to make any final comments. And then Councilmember Buenaventura would like to make a motion. Madam City Attorney, if Councilmember Buenaventura makes a motion and it is second, we still have the opportunity for further discussion. Is that correct?
So the motion, it's a motion to continue to a date certain, would need to be heard first.
Right, gotcha.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, so Councilmember Buenaventura, go ahead with your motion, please.
I move to continue this item to the next council meeting in May.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Okay, any further discussion or maybe additional information any one of my colleagues would like to provide to the planning staff or the applicant in preparation?
Yeah, in preparation, I'd also like to know if there were any other, if it was just one particular tenant you were looking at or whatnot. You said it was a footprint or actually a prototype that was stated earlier. And has there been synonymous projects that had utilized the footprints that another tenant put forth? It would just be useful to have that data as well.
I just want to make a comment on that, Vice Mayor. Actually, that's a good question. And basically, if a restaurant is coming in, I'm sure that council, and correct me if I'm wrong, my colleagues, if you say it's going to be a McDonald's, you say it's going to be a Carl's, or it could be Taco Bell, just as long as we know that. We need something. And I think that would help tremendously. Councilmember DiGiovanni, under further discussion?
No, but I thank the Vice Mayor and yourself for the questions, but I want to say just one quick thing. So the big key thing with me, and I'm sure it went up in everybody's head, is that it's not open on Sundays. I don't know of any other restaurants that are not open on Sundays. So if that information is given to us, we can't help but question what other is open on Sundays. But I want to thank Ms. Morales. Great job, and looking forward to the reports. And I hope we can continue our community together with the Regency partners, because we are a community that is inclusive of everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, based upon Councilmember Buenaventura's motion, can I request an amendment to, or I'm going to ask permission of Councilmember Buenaventura. It looks like we are dealing with item 8 at this time. So can we make an amendment to the motion to include items 8, 9, and 10?
Well,
looks like it's the same.
Yeah, I think we would have to deal with the specific motion for item number 8, since we haven't heard the items like 9 and 10 at this moment.
Okay. All right. Well, the information I received is from the applicant that is basically going to be the same for 8, 9, and 10, but no problem. Okay. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Just to be clear, number 10 is just a subdivision of property, so it's not related to any sort of particular tenant specifically. But
gotcha.
Go through and hear the items.
Thank you. Thank you, Tatum. Gotcha. All right. Any further discussion on item number 8? May I have a roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye to move it.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura,
aye.
Mr. Sylvester.
Aye. All right. Thank you so much. Moving on to item number 9, use permit UPR-9-19-14212. And Ms. Morales, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So as the applicant mentioned earlier, this is another drive-through restaurant. I'm assuming that it is going to be a different tenant just based on the design of it, but I will quickly go through it. I apologize for the repetition. So as stated, this is for building 750, which is the second proposed drive-through restaurant at the northeast quadrant of Ceremony Shopping Center. And then I'll just show this slide, but I'll not go over it. This was the exact same slide as the presentation before, acknowledging the approved uses as well as what's been approved in August 2019 and what's remaining, which is 44,000 square feet of undeveloped retail. So this shows the site location. It is at the northern section of this quadrant, just north of the other drive-through restaurant. It abuts Southgate Avenue as well as the Southgate Avenue driveway into the property. Here are a couple of photos showing the existing project site. It's currently a surface lot, just like the other restaurants. And here is the project overview. For this restaurant, it is about half the size of the first proposed restaurant at 2,500 square feet. And it is going to be a coffee shop use with a drive-through. There will be an outdoor patio area and a 10-car drive-through, just one single lane. For this proposed tenant, they are proposing multiple ways to order, pay, and pick up, either through a mobile application in the restaurant or through the drive-through. For their hours of operation, it's in line with a typical coffee shop. It'd be open very early in the morning. And for this one, it is open late at night as well, so 4 a.m. to 12 a.m. As for the shifting of the employees, during peak hours, it's at 6 employees, and then during off-peak hours, 4 to 6. A slight difference, but the same, pretty much the entire business hours of operation. And as iterated in the last presentation, this is the second drive-through restaurant in this quadrant. And this shows where the exact location of the proposed drive-through will be. It's right next to the Southgate Avenue driveway. And here again is the landscape plan, which shows the landscaping that's going to surround the site, as well as the various stormwater retention areas. Here's the proposed floor plan. Again, another single story restaurant. For this, as you can tell, there's not a lot of details in the floor plan that has not been decided yet. So they're just showing the basic footprint, but you can see that the drive-through wraps around 3 sides of the building. And here are a couple of elevations. Like the other restaurant, there is a mix of different types of materials and colors. For this one, that's stucco, masonry as well, but also some wood element, and you'll see that in the next couple of slides where I show the rendering. Here's another 2 elevations. And here are some renderings that I mentioned. This is the front of the proposed restaurant. The signage and the outdoor furniture will be accenting the proposed building, and you see the wood element under the overhang here. And this shows the exit of the drive-through. The pickup window is right on the left, and as well the outdoor patio area. This is just a rendering showing the back of the proposed building, where the drive-through will wrap around the building. And here's a rendering showing the approved development in the background, the existing garage, the Macy's, the retail and hotel in the back, and how it's situated, how the proposed building is situated along the Southgate Avenue driveway entrance. And this was in the last presentation, but this shows the 2 proposed restaurants next to each other in lot 11B, or 10B, I believe. So briefly, this is another modern architectural design with various materials and colors. The signage is in alignment with the future tenant's design intent, and overall staff is satisfied with the building and site design. This project does require a use permit to be allowed in the PD 69 zoning district. The applicant has addressed staff concerns regarding pedestrian safety and queuing and circulation. I'll show you that in the next pedestrian plan here. Like I mentioned before, this plan shows the major and minor pedestrian links. There is a condition of approval that will require a mid-block crossing at the midpoint of the Southeast Avenue driveway. And there's enhanced crossings here adjacent to the Macy's building. Just like the other restaurant, the findings were about the same for this analysis that was done for this specific restaurant use. It concluded that there would be minimum impact. And what this restaurant would do differently is that they would have more of a pre-ordering board. Just like the other analysis, it had the same recommendations for a floating menu or ordering staff. And this slide here, I talk about the proposed drive-through system. So as I said, it will have a pre-menu board, which means that I'm not sure if you frequent drive-through restaurants a lot, but a lot of them have a pre-menu board you can take a look at before you actually get to the staff that's there to assist you via the talk box. So that gives you enough time to decide what you want to order, and if it facilitates the customer visit, and it creates a more smoother transition through the drive-through queue. And they have strategically placed the order board at the 7th car in the queue, which if timed correctly, will mean that the order would be ready at the drive-through window when they arrive. And this has been vetted by both engineering and planning. And just to mention again, the peak hours would be different from the drive-through restaurant, building 600. Their peak hours during lunch for this proposed drive-through restaurant, it would be in the early morning to late morning from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. The environmental assessment, the Planning Commission has reviewed the proposal and it has determined that this project is categorically exempt pursuant to infill development project section, which is section 15332. And here is a summary of the findings listed in the staff report. Like I said before, I could go over any of them if you have any questions. And lastly, this slide contains the recommendations by the Planning Commission, which is to take the following actions: to adopt the findings as outlined in the staff report, to affirm the environmental assessment, and to approve the use permit and design review, subject to the conditions of approval in the staff report. I'm available if you have any additional questions, and the applicant is here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morales, for your presentation again. I'll start off. Do we know what is the capacity, the occupancy limit of this particular coffee shop? Excuse me, coffee shop?
That has not been disclosed yet. As shown in the floor plan, the layout hasn't been finalized yet, so they could not get a specific capacity. So we would know more about that once we get to the building permit stage, where we know where all the fixtures and the countertops, et cetera, and seating would be placed.
Thank you. I would need to know the capacity. Will it be a sit-down sort of coffee shop? And I like the hours. And I'm concerned again for if it's going to be a sit-down, because in the grand scheme of things, we've lost a Denny's restaurant where folks used to attend, usually on Sundays after church and late at night, to get together and just talk and be with each other. And I'm not saying that this coffee shop will take the place, but based upon dining in capabilities, I'm just wondering. So that's all I have. I'll leave it to my council members for additional comments. I see Vice Mayor Jocelyn Manalo, please.
Thank you, Ms. Morales, for that presentation. The question I do have is, I was wondering how the outreach was for this type of business. If it's a coffee shop, were you able to reach out to more hyper local businesses within the area? And if that is something that you had in kind of your methodology in choosing a coffee provider.
Thank you. So
Mr. Mayor.
for, oh, go ahead, you may speak.
Go ahead, Ms. Morales. I was going to go to Councilmember Buenaventura so we get all the questions.
Okay, I can answer all the questions at the end.
Okay. Again, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I don't like making decisions or doing business in the blind, but again, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure out we're talking about a Starbucks here. I'm reading between the lines again, which I hate to do, but just in the interest of transparency and honesty and open government. I mean, you look at those slides, it's even got the green awnings and the green lettering, and it looks like a Starbucks that I've driven through across the country. So let's not beat around the bush and just say, okay, this is a Starbucks, let's decide. So I'm not as opposed to making this decision on this project right now, because it involves a restaurant or a coffee shop that I don't think is controversial. But again, the frustration that I have is, because we could be talking about, so what are they going to do about the Starbucks that's already in the mall? I mean, is that going to take the place of it? Are we going to have two Starbucks there? Is it good to have, is it going to be a Pete's? I don't know, but that's the frustration I'm feeling, is that we cannot have a full, complete, robust discussion about what we're doing here when I think everybody knows this is going to be a Starbucks, and let's make our decisions based on that. So yeah, I'm not as opposed to this because it's Starbucks has been a good company. I haven't heard much negative things about them. And let's just have an open and honest discussion, and let's see if we can approve it. So that's my thought.
Thank you, Councilmember Buenaventura. Councilmember DiGiovanni, see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. What I was going to say is that the green awning, so I'll get away. If it's a Starbucks, are they going to move the current one, which may be a good idea, but it'd be nice for us to know, for clarification, is that we're going to say, so that we can let the community know what's going on as well. So mine's pretty short, but how many Starbucks can you have? Is it just going to make this one bigger, which would be great for the people to sit around and, as you say, Mayor, to socialize and have that kind of activity which is well needed in our community would be fantastic. Not opposed to Starbucks brand because they have been good community partners. They donate to participate in our community, even as a corporation. It's not mom and pop, but they haven't really done anything negative in our community, but would like to know more transparency. But not opposed to, if we know, just that we know. So if the applicant would be willing to have further discussion, that'd be great. So we could move on with the item.
Thank you, Councilmember DiGiovanni. Okay, any further questions for Ms. Morales or the applicant?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Yeah, I just would like to reiterate, or comments, I guess, just reiterate my fellow colleagues about, I love the idea of having a coffee shop, but it would be a greater idea. And I don't want to tell how people to do business, but just think outside the box of, I would love to have a mom and pop shop, but then maybe here's the question. The question would be, what franchises provide
drive-through coffee shops besides McDonald's and Starbucks? So if you give me that question or to answer that question, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Rod. Okay, I'll turn it over to Ms. Morales and applicant.
Thank you. So I did want to, I could offer some responses to some of the questions, not all, unfortunately. In regards to the capacity, I would like to mention again that I do know the floor plan has not been drawn out yet, but we can assume based on the outdoor patio area and the size that it would likely have some indoor and outdoor seating. The exact number we obviously don't know, but we do know that it will have some sort of seating capacity. In terms of outreach, I will let the applicant speak to that. The zoning, the planning division is not necessarily involved in choosing the tenant. What we do ask is more of things that affect zoning or what may affect pedestrian safety and things like that. So deciding between a brand name coffee shop versus a local coffee shop, that's more of the property owner's decision. And let's see if there's anything else I could answer. Yeah, I think that's about it. Allison, if you'd like to offer your comments as well.
Ms. Warner, you've been unmuted. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I unmuted the computer, but not the phone. Apologies. So for this building as well, we do not have an executed lease with a tenant. We do feel that there are a multitude of coffee shops that range from local, smaller owners born and raised in the Bay Area, all the way to the national franchises who would take the space and utilize the drive-through as well. You do see other brands, sometimes Pete's, sometimes Dunkin' Donuts. I mean, you could name a few more than just Starbucks that have drive-through and have the capability to do that. Just to quickly answer that question. From a tenant outreach standpoint, I'll say we do quite a bit. I mean, on a daily basis, we're constantly talking to tenants. And I did mention before that there are, 4 or so tenants in total that are interested in both of these buildings and both of these pads. So even if the leases that we're currently negotiating that aren't yet executed fell through, we have really great tenants that would still be interested in utilizing these buildings as well. In terms of it being a coffee shop, we think that those are great community gathering spaces as well. And you definitely see that at the Starbucks in the mall, as well as the Pete's over in the southeast quadrant. The size and the layout of this building is comparable to both of those. And we expect that it would provide the same type of seating options and capacity and places for the community to come and gather and spend their time. And I believe that answered all of the questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Warner. Do we have any rebuttal or comments based upon what you've heard from my colleagues? Okay, Vice Mayor, okay, she's moving around because the light turned off on her. Okay, all right, she's in the dark. Okay, any other further comments? I'm hearing positives and negatives on both sides, and I'll entertain a motion by anyone who wants to make a motion. Then we can have further discussion. Oh, okay, hearing none. I think we need to at least make a decision on this matter. So my thoughts are, it's going to be a coffee shop. Number 2, I think the capacity will offer some sit-down gathering on the interior and the exterior. The hours looks amenable. So, they're only closed for 4 hours every day. And I haven't heard any negative press on any type of coffee shop. And I think this may be an opportunity, maybe not even a Starbucks, not even a Pete's, but maybe even a mom and pop who's willing to take this on, or whether there be a trade within the mall to say, you can go outside to Starbucks and we can rent this space out. I don't know, I'm not in the business sense, but what I have factual is that it's going to be a coffee shop of some sort. So with that being said, Madam City Attorney, can I make a motion?
Yes, you may.
Okay. The motion could be put that in the water, or we can move on. I'd like to make a motion that we move ahead in granting a use permit for a coffee shop. Okay, so that's my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor, but I have a question for City Attorney and Ms. Morales. Given the fact that there are coffee shops within the vicinity, mentioned Pete's, Starbucks, how is there any way to ensure in this conditional use permit that there isn't a duplication and that there's opportunity for other, businesses to provide this opportunity for community members to have options and deter the duplicity of any of the ones on site. Not saying they're not good business owners or whatnot, but just to be able to have variety for our residents and workers.
So I can respond to the action that's before you this evening. So this evening it is a use permit with regard to land use and the type of business that can go into the property. In terms of the business type and the prototype, that is subject to the owner in how they do their leases. So aside from just the land use component and the restrictions, you could not put restrictions on the business itself or the brand, rather than just the restrictions that are placed on the planning aspect.
Even on a use permit?
Yeah, on a use permit, it is strictly just the use and the type of business, the restrictions around the land use, the type of building, the environmental restrictions. This is a drive-through. It clearly shows the square footage and the type of business that definitely looks like a coffee shop. But we don't, for use permits, we do not put the business name or the business brand. It is only the land use type and the type of business that can go on the property.
Okay.
For restrictions.
Well, I do have, if there's no way to include that within the motion, I do have a suggestion to the property owner and to Regency to look at opportunities that there's more diverse businesses that go on site within Ceremony. It's great that I see, at one point it was only Starbucks. You've now provided Pete's Coffee, but it's also, you mentioned that there are businesses out there that are San Francisco based. I think providing this variety for our residents would also bring in folks within the Ceremony community.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. All right, there has been a motion made on the floor. Are there any other further comments before we take the vote? Okay, let's roll call for the vote on the motion, use permit UPR 9-19-14212. Let's call for the vote. Roll call, please.
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester.
Aye. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Warner, on this particular matter as well. And you did make mention about Dunkin' Donuts and how you try to bring in different sort of vendors. I wish you the best of luck. Being from New York myself, there's something called chock full of nuts. and you did make mention of a back east vendor in one of your statements tonight, and that came immediately to mind. But anyway, good luck with that. Okay, moving on to item number 10, minor subdivision SUB-19-19-14211. Ms. Morales, please.
Thank you. Okay. So for my last item for this evening, this is for a minor subdivision at the same property at the Ceremony Shopping Center. It's for a 4-lot subdivision. And here is a map showing the entire shopping center property. It abuts Callan, Southgate Avenue, I-280, as well as Ceremony Boulevard. And for this proposal, the applicant is requesting to subdivide the main lot occupied by the Ceremony Shopping Center into 4 lots. One would be at the northwest quadrant. It's approximately 110,000 square feet. And then 2 of them would be at the northeast quadrant, one at 45,000 square feet and 62,000 square feet approximately. And the remainder of, or the 4th lot, which would be the remainder of the existing lot, would be about 67.4 acres. So Regency Centers intends to lease the 3 smaller lots to future tenants. The northwest quadrant lot would be for the future hotel tenant. The 2 lots in the northeast quadrant would be for the proposed drive-through restaurant tenants. And the remainder of the lot would simply be for the shopping center. So this is just so they can easily facilitate leasing and things like that. All the lots are adjacent to existing infrastructure and can be adequately served by them. This proposed parcel map shows each of the lots I mentioned. As I stated, lot 1 would be in the northwest quadrant, lot 2 and 3 would be in the northeast quadrant, lot 4 would be the remainder of the shopping center property. So this project did go through an intensive process with engineering just to make sure that all the public utility easements are provided or will be provided, and anything that needs to be relocated will, and that public access easements be dedicated over sidewalks, etc. Lastly, specifically to lot 3, which is abutting I-280, it is not directly connected to a public street, so there is a requirement that they dedicate a reciprocal ingress and egress easement for that, just so that they can continually be able to access the main street. So this project has been reviewed and determined to be in compliance with the Subdivision Map Act, all applicable policies, which include the general plan land use designation, which is commercial, retail, and office. The site is physically suitable for the proposed uses and density. The design will not cause any significant environmental damage or serious public health problems, and the subdivision will not conflict with any public easements. This project has been reviewed under pursuant to CEQA, and it has been determined that the project is categorically exempt pursuant to section 15.215, which is for minor land divisions, in that the division of the property is in an urbanized area and it's zoned for commercial use, and it is 4 or less parcels that are being created. Here is a summary of the findings that are outlined in the staff report. And lastly, in conclusion, the Planning Commission recommends that the City Council take the following actions, which is to adopt the findings as outlined in the staff report, affirm the environmental assessment, and approve the minor subdivision subject to the conditions of approval outlined in the staff report. Thank you. I'm available to answer any questions. And as you all know, the applicant is here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morales. Again, all right, I'll start off with my question. One of your first slides shows a map of Serramonte Shopping Center as a whole. And I don't know, why would we want to subdivide it into 4 different lots? Serramonte is Serramonte, and you know, retail is in there, has partners. We're going to have a hotel and a theater. And why would we have to have a need to specifically delineate and draw lines to separate 4 different lots? That's the question that I have.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other of my council members have any questions? And we can get the applicant or Ms. Morales to do the best to provide answers. Okay, hearing none, I'll leave it up to Ms. Morales or Ms. Warner. Is that all?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor. I'll speak to this one. So Serramonte Center is currently 80 acres and actually is 2 legal parcels. One of them is the slope parcel up with no development on it. And then the shopping center is its own parcel. That's the one proposed to be subdivided. We have no intention of it not being one Serramonte. The reason for subdividing to allow for 3 new lots is to allow for us to ground lease the land in a long-term lease situation to the tenants that would be sitting on those parcels. So the hotel, for example, and the 2 drive-through restaurants, those are different types of lease structures that are facilitated by being on their own legal parcel. At the end of the day, Regency Center still owns all of the property.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that answer.
You're welcome.
Okay, anyone else have any questions for the applicant or Ms. Morales? All right, once again, Ms. Morales, thank you so much for the presentation. I'll entertain a motion for item number 10 to subdivide into 4 lots as requested.
Motion to approve the subdivision into 4 lots for Serramonte with Regency Center.
I'll second your motion. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. May I have a roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester.
Aye. Thank you very much, council members. Thank you again, Ms. Morales and Ms. Warner, and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to resolutions, item number 11, and that is to adopt the Daly City Vision Zero Action Plan. And I'll turn that over to staff. I guess Mr. Chu or Fur? Kevin.
Yes.
Kevin Fur. Okay, did I pronounce that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, looks like you're muted, by the way. I can see you nod. You have the floor, sir.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'll start off. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm very excited today to be bringing you the Vision Zero Action Plan for your adoption tonight. How did we get here? This is started back in 2016 when the City Council at that time approved a resolution to support a vision to reduce traffic deaths to 0. It was to be done through education, through enforcement, and through physical changes to the infrastructure. Since that time, our staff has been working on making improvements through our capital improvement programs, but there was never an opportunity to develop a formal plan to show us how we can best utilize our resources, our limited resources. And so fortunately, back in 2018, Daly City, we had an opportunity to apply for, and we were successful in receiving a grant to prepare a Vision Zero action plan. This plan was formed with a lot of stakeholders to help us put this together. This involved a lot of staff from Daly City Public Works, Police Department, City Manager's Office, our Planning Department. It also involved a lot of outside agencies. For example, FHWA, Caltrans, Metropolitan Transportation Commission, Vision Zero Network, Silicon Valley Bike Coalition, San Mateo County Health, Safe Routes to School. We also involved the Jefferson Elementary School District. And then last but not least, some of our members of the city's Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. And so there's a big list of other agencies that help participate in the preparation of this Vision Zero action plan. We had our first kickoff meeting in December of 2018. And then after working on this plan for a little bit more than a year, that brings us to today, where we're able to kind of present this final plan for your adoption. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Kevin, and we have a short presentation on the plan itself. So Kevin.
Thank you, Richard. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm going to pull up the presentation here by sharing my screen. And let's see here. Okay. Do we see PowerPoint up?
Yep.
Okay. So this slide deck should be Zoom friendly. So if anybody has a videos or the set of videos, you slide it over to the right side of the screen. You'll still be able to see all the content in the middle of the screen there. Tonight, what we have before you is we have the Vision Zero action plan. And it did start back with the city's leadership in presenting a resolution and approving a resolution that adopted Vision Zero as a policy and goal for the city. So all across the country, you have several cities, a lot of major cities and some smaller cities that are Vision Zero cities. And they've done this by either adopting a goal, either by resolution or by a statement from the mayor, or within other plans like a general plan or a transportation element, that sort of thing. And you kind of see this concentration on the West and the East Coast, but you do see this starting to spread throughout the country. And it's become more and more popular in each of these cities of all sizes. So a couple of differences between Vision Zero and maybe a more traditional approach to traffic safety. Originally, one might say that traffic deaths are inevitable. People are perfect, so we can design for perfect human behavior. We want to prevent collisions, but it's an individual responsibility to drive the speed limit and take all considerations as they're driving. And similarly, there's a point where saving lives is just too expensive. Vision Zero really flips a lot of this on their head, and it says, you know what? No, traffic deaths are preventable. There's something we can do about it. Humans are not perfect. We need to integrate that into our approach to designs of our roadway and transportation systems. We can prevent these fatal and severe crashes, after all, by using this systems approach. And really, it's not that expensive. Over time, different approaches have developed in order to do major improvements for a very relatively low cost. And similarly with Vision Zero, there's a terminology change that we want to make. And that's no longer to say that these are accidents that are occurring. That kind of implies that there's nothing that could have been done and it wasn't preventable. But instead, these crashes are what we want to call them, because it's a crash, it's occurred. And we can prevent it, and saving lives is really important to us. So with the action plan comes a commitment. Our commitment is to eliminate fatalities and serious injuries by 2035. And that's written into the action plan as a statement that would be adopted. And with this, there comes an approach called the Safe Systems approach. This talks about using our safe street systems, our safe people, safe speeds, safe vehicles, and some post-crash care, and kind of identifying that there's areas which we can actually make improvements by looking at streets. We can do something on our streets. We can do education with people. We can change the way vehicles operate or the way that they're controlled in the right of way. And similarly, take speed precautions or enforcement, as well as some post-crash studies. So Vision Zero, being a very data-driven system, it starts off with a crash analysis. Within our city, between 2013 and 2017, you can see plotted here on the map, there was just under 2,800 crashes in those 5 years. And those are the gray dots that you see reflected in the background. That's not really abnormal for a city of our size. And hearing a number in the thousands, it does happen. But what we want to focus on with Vision Zero is the fatalities and serious injuries. So we say that those are what we can do something about. In those 5 years, we saw 84 KSIs, sometimes it's even referred to as fatalities and serious injuries. And so 11 killed, 73 serious injuries. That comes down to about 2 people per year that are killed on our roadways. And that's, again, maybe not all that different from other cities, but Vision Zero asks us to change how we think of that statement. We don't want to make it sound like that's acceptable. So going a little deeper into analysis, we find that about half of the crashes that were fatal or seriously injured somebody were involving autos. Just under half were pedestrians. And a smaller percentage, but very important percentage, was bicyclists, and that's about 7%. This is out of the 84. And so one thing to highlight here is that pedestrians, we know, do not make up 44% of all modes of travel. We have a much smaller share of pedestrians and a much larger share of autos. So seeing that pedestrians are really seeing fatalities and serious injuries helps us focus a little bit. Similarly, more analysis shows us that there's a time period of day. There's a big peak you see on the graph to the right. This has all the different modes, bikes, pedestrians, and autos. It peaks between 3 and 6 in the afternoon, which is evening rush hour, not all too unexpected. There's more people out. But something that's really notable is that there's nighttime activity, and that's quite a bit. 9 p.m. Has a high number of fatalities and serious injuries. The volumes at that time are going to be pretty low. So it helps us highlight some of these differences that we're seeing throughout the day. Now, the first step in putting the crash data together is to create this high injury network map, and that's what you see here. This shows only 17% of our roadway network. But out of the KSI that we've talked about, those fatalities and serious injuries, 83% occur along this small set of our roadways. If you look at the map and are able to identify, these are our major streets. You see Skyline, John Daly, Geneva, Southgate, and others. And those are the more heavily traveled, higher speed corridors that are seeing a huge percentage of our fatalities and serious injuries. And so if you ever wonder, where do I start? This is it. This is where you start. And so going even deeper, we separate out the crash data that we have into 5 emphasis areas. Below on the left, you see the list of the emphasis areas. Crashes on arterials, that's a subset of the high injury network that I just showed you. That is the most prevalent. These major roadways, not just the collectors and arterials as shown on the high injury network, but just the arterials like Skyline, John Daly, those 4-lane roadways. A large portion of the fatalities and serious injuries occur there. Pedestrians, we already know that's a large ratio here. Nighttime crashes and driving while impaired also represents about a 17% ratio of fatalities and serious injuries. And also broadside crashes. Not really the same like daytime or other categories above. This is how it occurs. This is a T-bone accident happening, excuse me, crash. I need to correct myself, I'm still practicing. But this is a T-bone crash at an intersection. So moving to the action plan. The action plan that we have and that's presented for adoption tonight, it has several charts like this, and it lays out 43 specific actions that will take us to Vision Zero. This first set is one of our key next steps, and that's institutionalization. In order to really implement Vision Zero, we need to go at this from all fronts and start attacking the high injury network and working towards Vision Zero as quickly as we can. And the action plan really sets out several of these actions for us to take. And it includes further some countermeasures. So it dives down a little bit deeper into the emphasis areas where we could apply these countermeasures and several others included in the plan to actually start tackling fatalities and serious injuries and finding out where they are specifically and what we can do to prevent it. A couple of these you see relate to pedestrian crossing times or separations of vehicles. That has to do with lane width changes. Bikeways is an example of separating vehicles and bikes and pedestrians. So you see these as tools to really start addressing our emphasis areas. And what comes up in the forefront is using the extra space on our roadways to create bike facilities. A lot of times the question comes up, are these for bikes? And if I don't see any bikes, does that mean that no one's using them? Vision Zero has in its tool set so many different applications. And this is an example where you want to look at it not just from providing excellent bicycle facilities for those who choose to bike, but it also provides narrow travel lanes, which studies show slow people down. It provides a separation between pedestrians on the curb and the vehicles out in the street. It also really provides this line of sight, and it narrows the areas which each mode is going to use, so that as a user of the roadway, you have an idea of where to go. And the fewer conflicts you have between different modes, the more likely you are to prevent a serious injury or fatality. Another example in the action plan is to incorporate low-cost striping. This is an example of, you see here, a painted crosswalk in yellow, and then off to the sides, you see these channelizers, the white channelizers and white striping. This is a very low-cost installation that provides extra space for pedestrians before they enter the roadway where cars are going to be. It deters drivers from driving in the area closest to the curb. And it also presents visibility, and it calls attention to this pedestrian crossing point. Other parts of the action plan include education, outreach, enforcement. You see in the picture at the left, this is a picture of the stakeholder group that was held last May, and Richard alluded to that, where we had stakeholders from various agencies and members of the community and other groups. And on the right, you see why speed is such a factor in the decisions we make around Vision Zero. The graph shows how deadly crashes can be if speed is increased. You see in the middle, that black line shows a 30-mile-an-hour crash where somebody's hit by a car. The different lines themselves talk about the age of the person, but really think of them as one for this purpose. If I heard I was going to walk across the street, and if I got hit, I'd have a 20% chance of death. I don't think that I'd be okay with that. If I had been told if someone was driving 20 miles an hour instead of 30 miles an hour, I would have had maybe like a 3 or 5% chance of actually having a fatal injury. That would sound a lot better. That's a huge difference. You look at the graph, you head to the 35, 40, 45 mile an hour territory to the right, these incidents become very, very dangerous. And that's why speed is looked at in all of these different tactics, to not just separate the different modes and help keep everybody safe, but also to narrow those lanes and to use your real estate in the roadway very thoughtfully. Another example is something that a capital improvement project that was recently approved, where we included minor lane width adjustments because we didn't need such wide lanes out there. These on Guadalupe Canyon out near JFK Elementary, they're shrunk about maybe 6 to 12 inches. The average driver may not really know, but what it does is it still gives you, as you're driving, it calls your attention to the narrower space. and statistically, you're going to slow down when you see less lane width ahead of you. Similarly, we took advantage of the extra real estate to provide an extra 3 to 4 foot buffer on the right-hand side. We know that kids are being picked up and dropped off by parents. They might be walking slightly into the street. So not only are we able to narrow lane widths and slow people down, but we can further keep people away from these vehicles that could potentially harm them. And there are many other steps included in the action plan. There's 43 that we can pull from. A lot of them are going to start sooner than later. A lot of them try to overlap on systems that we already have, like our capital improvement program, and at the staff level, really just institutionalizing Vision Zero. So upon adoption, these actions and many others can start to go into play. And with that, I'm here to answer any further questions that you have or provide additional information.
Thank you, Mr. Furr. And Mr. Chu, I'd like to say, I know Councilmember DiGiovanni has been heavily involved in Vision Zero, but before she speaks, I'll provide my comments of what I have experienced as well. It was a few months ago, I would get calls at City Hall asking, what are those green boxes on the road? And this was before they painted the white stripes on them because they were bicycle lanes. So that's one particular instance that I can see Vision Zero coming into play before we approve a resolution. I made a suggestion, and I see something close in one of your slides in regards to the crosswalk striping. I had made a request before to consider maybe 3D striping. Okay, there's the crosswalk right there. But I saw something online where you can create 3D. In other words, it seems like a raised crosswalk. And as folks approach, they'll have a natural tendency to slow down. So if you can look into that, that would be great. Then my next comment is on the area of Guadalupe Canyon. Matter of fact, that's the area that I live in, and I see it all the time. Folks come speeding down that street, and at one particular, just past JFK, they'll go up and they make U-turns, and sometimes it's very unsafe. So I think this is a great start that you have, and I'd like to thank you for considering that as well. Lastly, a project is not as good if we don't have our police and enforcement. Pedestrian safety is of utmost importance, and especially as we're trying to get folks out of their cars and to go green. So subsequently, we are going to have more bicyclists on the road. I think our city needs to do a cost analysis and perhaps maybe raising the fines, because I believe there are some areas where we're still behind. And of course, the enforcement, U-turns in business districts, and etc. I'd like to commend you, Mr. Chu, also for pushing this project forward and being a part of it, as long as with our school district. I know Councilmember DiGiovanni participated with one of the schools in the Walk Bike Daly City. So all that is very important, and I believe our council, this would basically be a no-brainer, and we should move forward with a resolution and approve the resolution. And again, thank you so much for providing this information to us. All right, now I think we have further comments. I think I see Councilmember DiGiovanni. Did you want to comment?
Thank you, Mayor. And you can just imagine the excitement. And remember the last time we were on the same page because we were saying how far ahead we were. You mentioned that as well. We're ahead of the game, thanks to them, the great people, Kevin, Mr. Chu, Shirley, Teresa, San Mateo County, school district, everyone. Yeah, it's a great project. I believe we're going to be the first ones in the county, Kevin?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, there will be the first with the action plan. There are others, cities which have taken that first step to get into their goals or into the general plan, and we'll be the first to put out an action plan.
In San Mateo.
Excellent.
In the
Yeah,
county.
thank you, Mr. Mayor, because I know this is one of your favorites as well, and that you were mentioning that 3D. So I've been advocating, so you got the echo over here. So I support you. I support that as well. But looking forward to it. Real excitement. A lot of hard work you guys put. All of you ladies, partnered together. I've never seen such an action. And I believe Stephen, you were at that one meeting with all of us as well, when all the partners came from Caltrans. They came from everywhere. They even came from Washington, D.C., with all the partners coming in. Pretty exciting. And this is Daly City. So we are setting the bar, and we're moving forward and looking forward to more things to come. And we get our schools back and making them safe. And thank you, guys. There's not enough to say. Bike ped committee, everyone. So thanks, Kevin. You know, you and Shirley and Mr. Chu in that department. We're pretty amazing. So pretty, I don't know, I'm so excited. So thank you very much, and looking forward to more in Division 0. And I just always come to like to support like the school day or whatever we have to do. So thank you very much. Looking forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Exciting.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember DiGiovanni. Vice Mayor Jesselyn Manalo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to commend the staff and for all their hard work on making this happen. I think it's important for us to endorse such a plan as Vision Zero, especially with a densely populated city as ours. That safety is a priority, as many of you on this council, most especially, you know, if this is going to continue to help save lives on the roadways, in the areas, on the streets, then, you know, this is extremely important. And to see this come into fruition, and with all the hard work in areas to improve, job well done, and looking forward to see the work continue. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, are there any other comments at this time? Okay.
I have a comment, Mayor.
Oh, Dr. Rod, yes,
Yes.
please do.
Yeah, I just want to thank the staff for putting this together. Just like what Councilwoman Pamela DiGiovanni said about setting precedents and setting precedents for the rest of the county. But you know, one thing too is that you know, during this time of COVID-19, just being able to, you know, just take my periodic walks around my neighborhood, just to get outside. And I think one thing is just to kind of reduce greenhouse gases as well. So I just want to commend you in terms of hitting, you know, just hitting a lot of targets that we're trying to do in terms of helping out the environment, to safety, to getting people engaged into walks and being physical active. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rod. Okay, I'll entertain a motion from anyone. Councilmember DiGiovanni, would you like to make the motion? Okay, did we lose her? I think
She's still here. Let me try. She's muted right now.
okay. Oh yeah, she's still here.
Here we go. She's unmuted.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to introduce the Daly City Vision Zero Action Plan. Make a motion. And we
Second.
accept it.
Second that.
We have a motion by Councilmember DiGiovanni with a second by Vice Mayor Jesselyn Manalo. Any further discussion? And let me see, may I have a roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester.
Aye. Okay, that's it. The motion passed unanimously. Again, heartfelt thanks to Mr. Fuhrer, Richard Chu, the Chief of Police, and everyone who was involved in this project. Thank you so much. And I know that Daly City is going to even be a better place when we take into account we care about our pedestrians and bicyclists. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, the next item on the agenda is item number 12, resolution of intention to approve an amendment to the contract between the Board of Administration CalPERS and the City of Daly City, and the introduction of an ordinance amending the contract. And I'll turn it over to staff, Ms. Natalie Sakal.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. Before you this evening are two action items. The first being a resolution of intention to approve an amendment to the contract between the administration of CalPERS and the City of Daly City, and the second being an introduction of an ordinance amending the contract. As you are already aware, during the labor negotiations process, Council had approved through the contracts for the Police Officers Association and Police Management Association the amendment allowing their members to contribute 3% to the employer contribution to CalPERS. Currently, they are contributing 2%. Working through the administration portion with CalPERS, as a formality, this amendment to their contracts needs to be passed by resolution and requires the adoption of an ordinance. The fiscal impact of the increased retirement contributions for the Police Officer Association and Police Management Association were captured in the agenda reports previously brought to the City Council for adoption of their respective MOUs on June 24th and August 12th, 2019. The amendment to the CalPERS contract needs to be completed by July 2020, as reiterated in the POA and PMA MOUs. Staff requests that the City Council adopt the resolution of intention and introduce the attached ordinance amending the CalPERS contract. And staff is available to provide any additional information.
Thank you, Mr. Kyle. Do we have any questions from council? Wow, I guess everybody got it. All right. Just to reiterate, for the retirement, our staff has been paying 2.5% of their salary towards their retirement. Given the current situation that we are in, they have agreed to pay not 2.5, but now 3% of their salary to go towards their retirement. Is that right, Mr. Kyle?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. So with that being said, it has been a difficult negotiation process this past year, coupled with the current financial condition within the city of Daly City. I have to reach out and at least provide kudos and acknowledgement to these folks who have found a way to try to assist our city in being financially responsible. So my hat is off to all of staff. Ms. Sakal, thank you for bringing this to our attention. Obviously, changes cannot be made unless it's ratified and approved by council. So with that being said, I'll open it up for other comments to other council members. Okay, hearing none, I'll make the motion that we approve the contract between the administration, CalPERS, and Madam City Attorney, would this also encompass both actions in this one item, number 12, which is the introduction of the ordinance amending the contract as well?
So the government code requires that we adopt by resolution, as well as the changing of the contract include an ordinance. So we would have to do both. Entertain a motion for the city attorney to read by title only, and then also adopt a resolution. So two actions.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. I see the extra line here. Just wanted to be sure. Okay, so can I have a motion? well, I guess I've already made the motion. It would need a second for the city attorney to read by title only.
Second.
Okay, second by Dr. Rod. Any further discussion? Do we do a roll call on each one
This
of
one
these?
can just be a voice vote.
Okay. Oh, voice vote?
Yes, for the
Okay.
motion.
Okay, so on the motion has been first and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, thank you very much. This is an ordinance of the City of Daly City authorizing an amendment to the contract between the City Council of the City of Daly City and the Board Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System. We'll entertain the council to introduce the ordinance.
Okay, I would gladly introduce the ordinance at this time.
Thank you. And so we will also need a motion to adopt the resolution by roll call as well.
Okay, so on the motion, and I've just introduced the motion, we wouldn't need a second. We can just do a roll call. Is that correct, Madam City Attorney?
Actually, just a resolution of intent to approve the amendment to the contract.
Okay.
So we just need a second on the motion.
Okay, do we have a second on the motion?
Second.
Second.
Dr. Rod.
I'm sorry.
This one by roll
Okay.
call, please.
Okay, roll call, please. Madam City Attorney, roll call.
Madam City Clerk.
City, I'm sorry.
It's late.
Oh, sorry, I'm done.
It's okay.
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney, City Clerk, for conducting the roll call. And lastly, and not to be forgotten, Ms. Natalie Sakal for bringing this matter forward.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is public appearances and oral communications, and I'll defer to Mr. Salty. Anything?
I am checking right now. I don't believe there are any new comments. Hold on one second. Let me refresh the page. No comments.
Thank you, sir. All right. Next item is appointments to board, commission, membership, committee appointments. Any of my colleagues have any appointments? Okay, no appointments. Moving on to reports. Item number 13, council committee reports.
Yes, I have some, Mayor. So I have so I had some reports. I attended the PCE Zoom meeting, the Peninsula Clean Energy. They just reported that they have a BBB+ from Fitch Ratings. They also talked about $100 bill credit for care and fair cost customers. They provided an update on the PG&E bankrupt update. And then they also did a very extensive report back on the analysis of load impact in terms of like how much energy is being produced since COVID-19. And they see a pretty percentage jump in terms of more energy being used in residential and a decrease in terms of commercial and industrial businesses. And that's my report.
Thank you, Dr. Rod. Matter of fact, that's good information, especially on the statistics. When you see the jump like that in residential, then that's telling me that folks are staying at home and vice versa. Our commercial properties, and it only goes to validate that they're hitting some hard times. I know that PG&E is going to be providing a rebate to all households. Maybe the next time you're at your PCE meeting, maybe PCE can provide a little bit of a discount as well. If you don't ask, you don't get. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, any other council committee reports?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. you and I were on a subcommittee in regarding the contact tracing with Alvin de Suasido, and then also with Julian Chung and city manager, city attorney. We had both chiefs, the fire chief and also the police chief on board, and also a representative from Seton Hospital, who is a part of their IT, along with Stephen as well. It was a big committee around looking at the next steps towards COVID-19 tracing, which is another way in a very comprehensive way to combat the this issue that is at the forefront of all of us today. So I know that Attorney Rose did extensive research. I think at this point, we need more feedback from the application developers. And I think they need to get back with us with more information that we've asked. But, if I missed anything, let me know. I know that, it's been in the news around how people are trying to utilize the COVID-19 tracing, a mechanism to figure out the best route because of prevention and also for safety reasons.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I will chime in on that. I'd like to give kudos to Stephen, who definitely, along with the city attorney, gave a compelling case, and I mean compelling, on the privacy issues. And what I learned from them both is, even though in the United States and California per se, we have the most stringent areas of privacy protection, but at the same time, we are not the same as other countries, such as Korea that has been mentioned, and other countries who are using this. I think if it can be streamlined with strict understanding as to the information that you might be providing, it's an excellent app. And the County of San Mateo, we've put Alvin in touch with them, and they just discussed it today online about another similar app, and I'm hoping it's his. It looks like a pretty good app, and thank you for the reminder.
Yeah, I know that they've been reached out by Apple as well in regards to the work they're doing. I think for the residents that are watching, I think our interest in this is really around the precautionary safety and that tracing portion of it to alert people and give them the opportunity to know if or whatnot through everyone participating. I said it before, right? Like if anyone uses Waze, it doesn't work if no one else is using the app. Like when you use Waze, they let you know there's something on the road, and then everyone kind of helps each other out. I know it's not the same exact app, but that's kind of the use of it, right? It's being able to let people know you may have encountered someone and maybe get checked. I know the anonymous portion of it, it was huge, and they did mention they're not asking emails anymore. I think in the very beginning, they were asking when you signed up, they were asking for your email. I think even at this point, you don't need to put in your email to sign on to the app. So that's the update. I think we'll need to reconvene. I think that was the next steps, Mr. Mayor. Is that correct? I think we were to meet again.
Yes, Vice Mayor, and thank you for bringing it up. I think that word you were looking for is crowdsourcing. And basically, it's only as good as those who are using it. And granted, amidst the privacy issues, folks need to know, or they want to know. So it's not to say don't use it, but it's a good app. Once again, they've approached Daly City, and we looked at it, and it looks very, very promising. So thank you for the update on that. Oh, by the way, it's called COVID tracking. Anybody can download it from the App Store, and it's free. Thank you. Okay, any other council committee reports? Okay, I don't see any. Okay, none. Next item is number 14, city council reports. Anyone? All right, seeing none. Item 15. Uh-oh, it says my internet is unstable. Can you folks still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Staff reports. Any staff reports at this time?
Mayor, I
Steven?
do have two quick things. I know we're at the end here and we still have another meeting, but just the big theme from tonight's meeting was, supporting small businesses, I think, with those initial presentations. And I do have two quick updates in addition to the $75,000 contribution that you all voted to make tonight to the San Mateo County Strong Fund. Next week, we are sending out a mailer to nearly 2,000 Daly City businesses. It contains information on the SMC Strong Fund, the new pandemic unemployment assistance program that the state is offering for the independent contractors and sole proprietors that don't really qualify for regular unemployment. We have information for nonprofits and much more. So that goes out next week. And the mailer also drives readers to our new webpage. This was created by the Economic and Community Development Department. They launched a business-focused webpage at dalycity.org/business resources. And you can view a really long list of assistance programs. It's divided into 3 groups. There's links for small and medium businesses, and then sole proprietorships and the self-employed, and finally nonprofits. And you can also see the PSA video we filmed with the city's economic development specialist advertising the SMC Strong Fund on that new website. So please check that out when you get a chance, and we'll keep you updated on future efforts for small businesses.
Thank you very much, Steve. And apparently that is very, very timely. You mentioned the word sole proprietors, and Congresswoman Jackie Spear brought that up, and I just can't wait to get that information out. Thank you. Very, very timely. Thank you for the work you're doing, and rest of staff as well. You folks are to be commended because that information is getting out there. So great job. Any other reports from staff? Okay, adjournment. The last time I checked, there was, I think the count was 1,048 confirmed in San Mateo. And I'm just recalling this from the top of my head. I checked earlier this morning. Let me check very quickly, because basically while I'm checking, I want to adjourn in memory for all of our victims throughout the United States and the world, and who have left us due to COVID-19. The last count I had at 9:30 this morning was 1,019 in San Mateo as confirmed, with 41 deaths in San Mateo County. So I would like to adjourn this meeting in memory of all those who have left us due to COVID-19 at this serious time, at this particular time. Okay, do we have any other further adjournment memories I may be missing? Vice Mayor, I see
Yes.
you.
I do have to share with you, Mr. Mayor, and the council. Alex Walker, Assembly Member Phil Tang's legislative aide, his grandmother passed away. Harriet H. Quinn of Carlisle passed away at Carlisle Healthcare Center on Thursday, April 23rd, 2020, at the age of 103 years old. She was born in Beckmeyer on July 10, 1916, the daughter of William and Augusta Zinschlag. She married Hubert Quinn on June 12, 1940, at St. Mary's Church Rectory in Carlisle, and he preceded her death on March 24, 1974. She is survived by her daughter, Beverly Walker of Carmi, Illinois, a son, Bob Quinn, and wife, Nancy of California. MD, 4 grandchildren, Julie, Logan, and husband Dennis, Emily Quinn McGarity, Kevin Quinn and his wife Christy, and Alex Walker. 6 great-grandchildren, Claire, Claudia, Sean, Quinn, Madeline, and Allison, and niece Dottie O'Connell, and 2 nephews, Howard Sinchlog and Tom Quinn. In addition to her mother, father, and husband, she was preceded in death by her siblings Myrtle Nurkic, Sylvia Stewart, Florence May, and Paul Sinchlog, as well as the nephew Bill Newkirk. Mrs. Quinn enjoyed playing bingo, watching the game show network, and working word search puzzle books. On behalf of the staff at Carlisle Healthcare Center for being so loving and giving her care and friendship to Harriet, they're all considered surviving family members too. And so just wanted to adjourn in her memory, Harriet H. Quinn, who passed away on April 23rd, 2020. Also on April 23rd, 2020, Jamon Ternero Simmons, born on 12/13/81, was a Jefferson High School alumni and passed away on that date. He was in high school known for his athleticism and also his vigor for life. And so thank you very much for this opportunity, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Manalo. Do we have any other adjourn in memories at this time? Okay, hearing none, I'd like to pause for a brief moment of silence, please. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank staff and everyone who hung in there with us this evening. You all have been great. And as a result of going through all this time, Mr. Mahoney, I see you're still there as well. Be healthy, be safe, everyone. And thank you so much. Have a great evening.
We have another meeting, just so you know.
Oh, I was just about to click on leave the meeting.
Sorry.
I'm hungry. Okay. Okay, got you, Madam City Attorney. Let me see. Was it Daly City Housing Finance?
Yes.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, I'd like to call to order of the Daly City Housing Finance Development Finance Agency. And may I have a roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni.
Could you hear that, Annette? I have her.
Yes, I did.
Is she here?
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Manalo, please.
Present.
Dr. Rod.
Here.
Mr. Buenaventura.
Present.
Mr. Sylvester.
Present. Thank you so much, Madam City Clerk. Okay, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes, January 27th of 2020.
So moved.
First by, and I think that was Councilmember DiGiovanni is a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you so much. The first item is our resolution. Looks like exclusive right to negotiate agreement between Daly City Housing Development Finance Agency and Bridge Housing for a property located at Carter and Martin Streets. And I'll turn it over to our staff, Ms. Betsy Sobel. Ms. Sobel, welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
You sure can.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the agency board. Before you tonight is a request to consider an exclusive negotiating agreement between the Daly City Housing Development Finance Agency and Bridge Housing. The property in question is a 12.5 acre site located at the intersection of Carter and Martin Streets in the Bayshore neighborhood. The site was transferred to the Daly City Housing Development Finance Agency for the purpose of affordable housing at the time of redevelopment agency dissolution. In the summer of 2019, the agency board directed staff to circulate a targeted request for qualifications from developers in order to identify a developer with the experience and qualifications needed to develop the site. By the end of August, a total of 3 qualification statements were received from Bridge Housing, the core companies, and Mercy Housing in collaboration with SciWest Development. Following developer interviews with the agency board, as well as extensive consideration of the developers and their approach to this project, in October, the agency board selected Bridge Housing and directed staff to present an exclusive negotiating agreement to the board for approval. Attached to your report this evening on this item is a copy of the recommended exclusive negotiating agreement. This document is not an approval or disapproval of any particular project on the agency property. An ENA means that both parties will work together for a specified amount of time to determine if there's a mutually agreeable development concept for the site. If and when development entitlements for this project proceed, we will bring forward for your consideration a complete development agreement for the agency-owned property that will describe specific project parameters and terms of any transfer of the agency-owned property. The ENA you will consider tonight requires that the selected developer complete various milestones, such as examination of the site's topography and environmental constraints, preparation of a neighborhood outreach plan, evaluation of master planning opportunities with adjacent properties, development of a site plan and preliminary building design, and projection of development costs and project economics. And with the results of these efforts, it is anticipated that Bridge Housing will present a detailed development concept and work with staff to draft a formal development agreement for consideration by the agency board at a later date. And I'm available to answer questions from the agency board. And I believe we have a representative, Jonathan Stern of Bridge Housing, with us tonight as well.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. And welcome, Mr. Stern. I saw your name earlier and I said, well, who is this person?
Actually, I don't see it now.
You don't see
Perhaps he's not here.
I'm here.
He's here. Oh,
okay. Yeah, he's here. He's here.
Okay,
I'm just congratulating him for staying and hanging in there with us. Okay, I'll open it up to comments from my colleagues. Mr. Stern, you're muted at this time. You should unmute yourself, and if you want to give a quick statement, you sure can. But not hearing anything from my colleagues right now means it's either getting late or they're very much aware of the project. But feel free to go ahead, sir.
Well, I just wanted to thank Mr. Mayor and council members. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak in this virtual meeting. I want to give apologies for my colleague, Brad Wiblin. He's attending another virtual meeting for the city of San Francisco. So I just want you to know that we're very interested in pursuing projects like this that are large pieces of property. I know this parcel has been owned by the Housing Finance Authority for a number of years, and looking forward to rolling up our sleeves and coming up with a plan. If it works in conjunction with the adjacent property owner and perhaps even the Cow Palace property, the more the better, where we can make a more rational plan for the city-owned property and the whole new district. And we're looking forward to executing the exclusive negotiating agreement and getting to work on doing due diligence on this site and coming up, ground truthing the ideas that we presented in the RFQ process and coming up with a plan for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stern. Okay, do we have any comments or concerns or questions of Ms. Obell or Mr. Stern? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a comment.
Yes.
I want to say thank you to both Betsy and also Jonathan or Mr. Stern and Ms. Obell about the work being done. I know that this parcel is one of the last pieces of land City of Daly City owns that can be utilized for much important needed affordable housing. Bridge, you've done amazing work in other projects that I've seen. And so we're excited to have you on board and looking forward to see what the plan entails in regards to your outreach plan to assess the community needs, and also ensuring that hopefully there is a multi-tiered approach in providing different income level opportunities, given the fact of there's a lot of different needs, and honing into ways that this can be done in a creative manner. But this is nothing but good things. I think for a very late evening, this is a wonderful ending to the evening to move forward on this. So thank you.
Outstanding comment, Vice Mayor. We seem to forget what we were looking for, but you clearly made the point clear, and this is an exclusive negotiating agreement. And in quoting the words of previous Mayor Ray Buenaventura, thank you for your leadership, because I think in the past, you're the one that pushed this through and said, come on, we got to do something. We got to do something. So it's very, very much appreciated. And look at where we're at today. So I think this is one step in moving forward towards that goal. Okay, any other comments at this time? All right, hearing none. So we'll make a motion to approve the resolution. Is that what we're looking for at this time?
That's
Madam
correct.
City Attorney? Okay,
That is
that's correct. Okay, thank you so much. So I'll entertain a motion to move forward with the resolution for ENA with Bridge Housing and Daly
Motion
City.
to approve resolution for bridge housing moving forward.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Dr. Rod, second. Thank you so much. Let's see, this one needs a roll call.
Yes.
Ms.
Yes, okay.
DiGiovanni? Ms. DiGiovanni? Ms. Manalo?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura?
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester?
Aye. Thank you so much, Ms. Obel, and Mr. Stern, thank you for being here, and good luck, and we look forward to hearing more from you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let me see. So much papers here. Do we have any more on the agenda?
That's it.
Public appearance,
public
oral
comment?
community.
There's nothing online.
Thank you, Stephen. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you so much. Be safe and be healthy, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay.